ready to do this. I think so. That looks good. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, today we're going to celebrate your artwork, the work that you've made in class along with me, or maybe paintings you've made based on previous episodes, or drawings based on my quite popular free drawing course here on YouTube. Even though I did that almost 5 years ago, I still celebrate those drawings. Or maybe it's drawings or paintings that you've made totally outside of class, but you still want a little bit of feedback to help you make them better. That's what I'm here for. I do this about once every 5-6 weeks. So let's jump right into it and celebrate your work. Here's just a quick little, oops. This is the kind of plan of attack here. We're going to start by looking at the work that has been made based on recent Master Study episodes. And then we're going to look at drawings from A to Z or Z. And then we're going to look at paintings A to Z or Z, depending on probably your first. I think I've got it ranked by first name. Last time I did them, paintings from Z to A, and then drawing Z to A. So now we're flipping everything back around the opposite way. So if you submitted drawings or paintings to the Facebook group, which is where I've taken all of these images, that's how you'll kind of know, and everything will be time-stamped down below once the episode is aired, which most people watch the episode long after it's aired. So that'll be how you can find feedback on your specific episode. Just a quick a bit of housekeeping, just to encourage people to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Somewhere between 60 to 80% of the videos that I've made here on YouTube are made by people, of the views are by people who are not subscribers. So you can see that the drawing course has almost 1 million people who've watched at least the first episode, and I'm not at 1 million subscribers, which would be nice if that was the case. So if you're new to the channel, just hit the subscribe button. It's free, it doesn't cost you anything, but changes my life dramatically and helps me reach more people. And ultimately, that's my goal, is to help people find creative ways to express themselves. Just imagine how much different our world would be if some of our world leaders had positive ways to express themselves as opposed to starting wars with their neighbors. So you can donate to the channel by using the PayPal link here. So if you feel like something I've said today or in a past episode has been helpful or encouraging, or in many cases helped you to sleep, you could use the PayPal link to make a donation there, or you could enter in that web address. And it'll take you to a page that looks just like that, where you can safely donate to support the channel. And I'm not sponsored by anybody. I've never been given any free supplies or any free vacations or anything, even though every day I get about a dozen emails from gambling companies and nutritional supplement companies and all sorts of ridiculous things you wouldn't believe. I've chosen to keep the channel sponsor free, unless something I agree with pops up. I'll keep it that way. So I'm entirely supported by people like yourself and their donations. Other ways you could donate is you can go to my web address, themasterstudy.ca. I don't put it in here because I get a lot of junk mail every day. So just that extra little step that makes it more difficult for spammers to find me is how I do it. If you want to send a check or e-transfer, all those kinds of things, you can always contact me via my email, which is on my website, or the Facebook group. Speaking of the Facebook group, there's the link to the Facebook group. You can scan it with your QR code and send a request right now, because many people who watch these episodes, specifically these bonus episodes, are not members of the Facebook group. And we'll see dozens of people today that are like, I've been watching the channel for years and I've been scared to upload my things, but now I'm feeling I'm at that point where I can share it with the world. and now they've become part of the Facebook group. So maybe that's you. Maybe you're feeling ready to take that leap and to let the world know that you have been making drawings and paintings. And so anyway, there's what the Facebook group looks like. And I think, are we ready to jump into it? Oh, look at that. There's Brian in the chat, says hello everyone. Hello Michael. There's Ari there. Hi Ari. Kathy, hi Kathy, looking forward to this. Kathy says, Keep says I love you. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Keep. Ari says autism dad, that's very sweet. Yeah, this is I designed this t-shirt. My daughter was diagnosed with autism a few years ago, and she's a beautiful 5-year-old child, and I love her to death. The best, by far, the best thing ever happened to me. And in many ways, I feel like her being on the spectrum is like a gift. It's so I'm very proud of my daughter, and I don't feel so I'm very happy to let people know that I am an autism dad, proud supporter of someone who is on the spectrum. So that's what that shirt's all about. There's Christina, says hi Christina. So let's jump right in and take a look at one of our first Master Study episodes, or recent Master Studies episodes, where we looked at Van Gogh's Sunflowers. This is from, I think, when was this? November of last year. And we've got a bunch here. We've got Ari's painting, Nikki's, Gerald's, Matthew's, and Pascal. Looks like primed some canvases, and there's one version. Paula's and Richard's. And then I think we've got a few more here. Pascal uploaded some pictures of a different one, the different background color. So let's go back through these and just talk about these individually, and what we can do to help. But these are all pretty good. What's so cool is how diverse and different these all are. So we could start here, Ari. I mean, that's excellent. My goodness. I don't know if I can offer anything here. This is pretty amazing. Yeah, I mean, actually, this is one of those paintings that I think I really overthought while I was painting it. And probably has a little bit to do with the differences in my computer screens versus the camera, and I still have to work on adjusting the color temperature because it looks different in person than on camera, and so I'm trying to match all three different things together. But so anyway, Ari, I think your version is fantastic here. What else can I say? The application, the paint looks gorgeous. Look at that, beautiful. That's wonderful. That's so good, Ari. You painted right after you came back from Amsterdam, and I think I've got a picture coming up with you at the museum. I managed to add some texture in the background. Looks great. It's hard to see the texture in this photograph. Oh, I see a little bit of it. I think it's just the lighting of the photograph, but very cool. I mean, that's one of the things is adding the texture when it comes to using acrylic paint versus the oil paint that Van Gogh used. Because oil paint takes so long to dry, you can put a blob of paint down and then, you know, a week later take your brush and go right through it, bisect right through it, and the paintbrush will carve the line right through the previous line. As you probably know, with acrylic paint, you paint that highly textured brushstroke, and you know, maybe an hour later it's bone dry, and when you go to paint your brushstroke through it, you got to go up and down and up and down, and that can be kind of frustrating. painting in the style that Van Gogh did here with acrylic paint, unless you use a lot of very thick paint and you're painting quickly, or you use things like slow dry medium. I think it's gorgeous. Great job, Ari. And then Nikki's version here. Whoa. It's interesting, like how kind of, you know, similar, obviously, because they're same composition, but different these are. Wow. So, like, Nikki's gone in kind of a different direction with much more defined shapes here. Everything is kind of outlined, and it gives it, there's a sharpness to it, like, I mean, in like photographic terms, like everything is in sharp focus, and in that way becomes more graphic. And again, you know, graphic just means kind of more, maybe less expressive in terms of, like, I'm using these are art terms, like graphic versus expressionist kind of brushstrokes. Whereas, you know, say Ari's is a little bit more expression, has a little bit more expressionistic brushstrokes, more painterly. But yeah, I love them. I don't know, this would be like Sophie's choice, trying to decide which one you like better. But that's, oh wow, Gerald, totally different again. Like, I mean, wow. I mean, if we look at Nikki's here, like, look at the beautiful detail. Like, that level of precision takes a lot of energy and time to pull that off. And then, so talk about way more expressionist type of painting. Look at how kind of wild and bold those brush strokes are. There's a kind of speed and immediacy to your painting here, Gerald, which is very, very attractive. You know, and Van Gogh is kind of he's weaving his way in between all of those different extremes, which is what makes him such a fascinating artist and individual. And then Matthews, this is even more expressionist, right? This reminds me of sort of like some of the German artists from in like the 90s, early 2000s, Kippenberger and such, who like just really wild, aggressive brushstrokes. That's great. I would say maybe I think there's another picture here. I feel like there could be a little bit more definition between the vase and the table. Maybe making the table just a slightly different color. Maybe a bit more yellow if this is going to be kind of on the greenish side. Regardless of what the actual painting looks like. Just because there's that, but you know, I could, or it could be darker, could be a really dark green table, but that's wild. And then you got Pascal. I love how you've prepped all of these different canvases. You've got different grounds here. And where did I put? Oh yeah, so the next one is one of yours, Pascal. That's beautiful. Now talk about texture. You really were able to capture that texture. That is pretty cool. Wild. So this might have been one of those ones where you prepped the can, because you can see the texture going underneath those flowers and these horizontal brush strokes. So those are the kinds of things that, you know, some people love that and just build up all sorts of wild texture, and then it does make it, again, a little bit trickier to paint over. And so, you know, going back to like this painting of yours before, you can see the texture being built up. Maybe that's the exact canvas you, well, she looks a little bit different. But it's so fascinating to me to see how each one of you keyed in on different parts of Van Gogh, and then in the process of painting it, your own style kind of just bursts out, whether you want to or like it or not. You just can't help it. That it's like your own voice, speaking in your own voice, comes through. And that's the beautiful thing about doing things like this is, because people ask me all the time, how do I find my style? And it's just like, just keep painting. And it just like, how do I find my own voice or my accent? It's there. and it will be there. And you can try to change it, right? There's actors who adopt different accents for different roles. But it's just, I don't know. It's baked in from a very early age somewhere, somehow. That's great, Pascal. And then we've got Paula. I love this. So again, Paula always does these episodes, I think every single episode I've ever done, but never uses the template, so just draws it out by eye. And we'll see pretty much one of Paula's for everything coming up here. And so it's always fascinating to me to see how you reinterpret these just based on how you see these paintings. So that's an extra level, rather than using the template and then painting the template and your style coming out. By going to this extra step of drawing it out entirely on your own, then your style really comes through here. It's interesting how I feel like that vase has gotten much bigger than the flowers. I was reading a recent, where was I reading this in? Oh, it's this book called The Sunflowers Are Mine. I think I mentioned it in this episode, because I think I had that library book out when we did this episode, and I was talking about how the author noted that if you've ever bought sunflowers and tried to put them in a vase, sunflowers are heavy, and they will topple a vase unless it's made out of like brick or iron or something. And so probably the Van Gogh basically invented a vase, and however he got those sunflowers to stand, but then painted in his own concept of what that vase should be, rather than painting the real vase, because no vase, certainly the vase that is depicted in the original, wouldn't have held those flowers up. However, I would say, though, that this vase might be able to hold those flowers, Paula. I think you've selected a sturdy vase. I like that. And then there's Richard's version. Wow, holy smokes. I mean, there's lots of beautiful stuff going on in here, but some of the things I like the most is like the table. I just like all of these colors. You can see the colors coming through various different layers here, and how as we go further to the back of the table, it just, those saturated colors soften out. They're more muted, because I think there's maybe a more opaque layer of kind of a peachy color. And then as we come closer to the front of the canvas, or what's closest to us, the viewer, that transparency becomes it's more transparent, less opaque, and now we see those colors in their more saturated condition, which really helps create space. Because colors, when they're more saturated, appear to advance. Colors, when they're more muted, appear to recede. Just think about next time looking at something far off in the distance, like mountains. You'll notice that those mountains kind of look a little bit foggy, a little bit pastel, because of the atmosphere in between your eye and those things far away, right? So that's really effective, especially for such a kind of a small, what would you call that, table or focal space. That's really cool. A lot of energy in here, putting these various highlights and shadows on all of those leaves. Wow. That is pretty cool. Bella says, did I miss something? Why is Michael wearing an autism sweater? It's because my daughter has autism, and I'm a proud autism dad, right? So I think yeah, part of it's my goal to reduce the stigma of autism, because she's an absolutely beautiful, wonderful child, the happiest kid I've ever met or known, and yeah, So I'm very happy, proud to have a daughter who has autism. It's not something to be ashamed or embarrassed about, because sometimes I'll talk about that with people and they go, "Oh, I'm sorry," and I'm like, "Don't be sorry. You should be really happy for me. I'm very happy. I'm a happy dad." Okay. I posted these other ones here by Pascal. That's cool. Talk about texture. That's wild. Look at these are, oh, there's two different ones. Okay. 3 different ones. Whoa. I feel like if there's going to be this, I don't know if these are done, but if there's going to be that much texture in the vase, I think that the flowers themselves should have even more texture. Because just think that texture is literally coming off the canvas. It's coming forward, and you know, my perception of the Van Gogh is that the flowers are probably in front of the vase. So literally, I would assume their brushstrokes should be bigger and also in front of the vase, so that they don't the vase doesn't come in front of the flowers. I mean, assuming maybe there's flowers in behind, maybe like that flower might have less texture. But even then, I would say it should have more texture than the background. So I would say if you've put this much texture in the background, everything else has to have more texture than that. And then any flowers are in front of the vase should have an extreme amount of texture. That's just, and again, you know, anybody can kind of has their own opinions, obviously, and mine is just one of everyone else, just alongside everyone else's opinion. But that seems to make the most logical sense, right? I'm always thinking, like, painting can be as wild and weird and wonderful as it can possibly be, but there has to be some sort of logical consistency within there, right? Otherwise, it can be kind of confusing, disorienting, which might not necessarily be a bad thing. There's lots of artists like Salvador Dali, who we'll see Pascal loves as well here, who played with that kind of thing. But that would be my suggestion. Again, that's beautiful. That's really cool. And that's a very small little canvas, too. I think those flowers, though, and I think it would be fun for those flowers to get more textured. And so I just want to post a few things here. Ari went to the Van Gogh Museum and posted some pictures of the museum, and some of them are kind of cool here. I love this quote that Ari photographed here. I find things beautiful as much as you can. Most people find too little beautiful. Hooray for that, for sure. I think that's Ari there with Van Gogh's self-portrait. We didn't do that one. We've done a lot of Van Gogh paintings. I don't think we've done that. We have done... we must have done more than one self-portrait. There was Van Gogh's bedroom. It's interesting to me. Sometimes, you know, in my in-person painting class, we do this painting as well, and every once in a while somebody's like, "Oh, that's an interesting painting. Who did that?" I'm like, "Oh, it's a Vincent van Gogh." I'm like, "Oh, interesting." So, you know, it makes me aware that even though paintings that I believe are ubiquitously present in pop culture, not everybody has the same references that I do. So I always try to, when I'm talking about things, you know, try to make it as accessible as possible, because I never know who's seeing some of these images for the first time. Great job. Bella says, of course it's okay, Michael. My friend's son has autism too. I love your child, and your child will be complete in every way. Proud of you. Awesome. He says never too late to start. He says yes, the Van Gogh Museum is amazing. Must for anyone. Totally agree. And the Rijksmuseum, if you're ever in Amsterdam, two great museums. Rijksmuseum has all of the great Rembrandts, like the Night Watch, and lots of beautiful big battleship or big tall ships in battle paintings, these gigantic ones which are just overwhelming in the amount of detail. We're going to move on from Van Gogh, and I apologize if I'm moving fast, but there's a lot of stuff, a lot of ground to cover here. So congrats to all those people who did those Van Gogh paintings. They're awesome. Speaking of awesome, here's Tarja's version of the Unicorn Rests. This is from the Unicorn Tapestries, a series of paintings, or not paintings, woven tapestries that are at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, at their Cloisters Museum that is kind of off campus on the very northern tip of Manhattan. Let's talk about the Van Gogh Museum. If you're ever in Amsterdam, if you're ever in New York City, it's a little bit off the beaten track, but you should go to the Cloisters and see these incredible artworks in person. That original Unicorn Rests it's a massive tapestry. It's more than arm's length, probably like 3 arms lengths wide and tall. Gorgeous, beautiful, just stunning. And a lot of people never go to the Cloisters. And so you can basically wander around that museum by yourself for the most part and just take in some of the greatest artworks made by human beings of all time in a beautiful building. So if you ever go there, let me know, because I think you will not be disappointed. And Tarja, this is an amazing painting. This one was tricky. I think I probably spent like 10 hours working on this one. Because there's a lot of detail, and you have really put in the work here. This is and I think actually you've done like the tree above here better than I did. I kind of did it quickly because I was just, after like 9 or 10 hours, I'm like, let's just get this thing finished before my brain melts. So This one was not easy. So anyone who's looking to, who's a bit of a sadist, or no, well, self-sadist or masochist, right? You should tackle this one, because this one will satisfy all those needs for self-torture. That's amazing. That's so great, Tarja. You should be really proud of that one. That is pretty cool. Okay, it's no surprise that Tarja was the only one to attempt this painting because of its complexity, so we're going to move on here. We're going to look here at Frederick Varley's painting of Sphinx Mountain, and there's a number of you who did this one as well. So there's Ari's version, there's Kathy's version, Paula's, and Richard's. Whoa. Okay, let's just make these a little bit bigger. Again, I love looking at these side by side. That's why I wait, an extra month or so, hoping that more people will come back and work on those paintings so we can see more of them together. Because it is pretty cool just seeing how people reinterpret the same artwork over and over and over again in different ways. Right, you can even see right here that you see Ari's painting and Kathy's, the level of darkness, like some of these darker outlines in here, whereas Kathy focused more on using blue and having a little bit more subtle contrast. And Paula's, wow, that is wild. That starts to look like an abstract artwork right there. I love almost like fluorescent colors that are appearing here through, like that kind of, that green that we see in Well, I mean, I have these glow-in-the-dark coasters, and you know, glow-in-the-dark paint has that kind of ghostly greenish quality. I see that in here. That's beautiful. And then Richards, wow, it's so like Richards is very precise and feels very still. Right? Like everything feels, you know, it's in the right place, but it feels kind of, there's a monumental power to it, but it feels kind of safe. You're kind of, if you were in a canoe looking across the lake from Sphinx Mountain here, you'd be like, wow, that's beautiful. I could sit here all day. Paula's, I feel like, you know, it's not an iceberg, it's a ice flow, is that what we call that? Ice field. It feels like there's an earthquake happening and everything is moving around. Feel a little bit of that same kind of movement in Kathy's here, and also with Ari's. Like, so it's so interesting to see Ari's kind of back to back with Richards, Kathy's with Richards. They're all so different. It's so wild. And it's that's, you know, that's what I love about these, is each person sort of takes the painting and then kind of just goes in slightly different directions based on what appeals to them most, or sometimes people make a mistake and then in the way that they try to fix that mistake takes it in a slightly different direction and becomes, as Bob Ross would say a happy accident, right? Yeah, man, those are gorgeous. Like, this is very painterly. So I was talking earlier about kind of very expressionist, you know, the way that this paint kind of goops and smears and smudges together. That's so beautiful. Like, even just the way that the water comes up to the edge of the, like these, like it kind of overlaps a little bit. There's not a clean, sharp line between them. So it makes it look like the water is splashing against the shoreline there, which is beautiful. Which again, in opposition to kind of Richards, I guess there isn't a sharp line, but there's something just much more peaceful about this. Right? If we look at Kathy's in the same way, there's a lot more movement. And again, I'm not saying one's better or worse than the other. Like, movement isn't necessarily better than stillness. You know, considering some of the things I was reading some, well, I think we'll come back here. We're talking about Lawren Harris shortly. You know, that the kind of, that stillness might be something that he particularly likes about some of these Group of 7 paintings. Wow. Okay, man, there are so many comments in the chat here. Brian says, such amazing paintings. I want to soon get to painting. Ari says, I'm on the spectrum too. It can be definitely a gift. You're an amazing dad. Oh, Ari, that's too sweet. Wow, that's super encouraging, Ari. Man, that just, you make my day. When I hear stories of people with autism who are successful like yourself, it's just like, it's very encouraging to think about the opportunities that my daughter will have as she grows older. Things that would have been outside of the range of possibility for people with autism, you know, just a couple generations ago. So, you know, when people talk about everything's getting worse and those are things where I think, I don't know. There are many examples of how the world is getting better. And so I tend to I'm a bit of a glass half full kind of guy. I'm trying to think, what is the glass half empty, glass half? I'm a little bit more on the optimist side of things. So, yeah, okay. I should probably move forward here, but these are just stunning. And this also makes me really happy that we did this painting to see, because I was like, oh, this is a little bit of a trickier, wilder one. Will anybody try it? A couple other things here. So Richard was also really inspired by Varley, and so here's his version of Varley. Or no, which one? Uh-oh. So here's the original by Varley, and then here's his version of it. Which again, if we look at the original by Frederick Varley, who was one of the members of Canada's Group of Seven, like, look how kind of wild, how much energy is in this painting, right? Like, those clouds feel kind of menacing. It kind of feels like there's a big storm here, and there's wind is just whipping down the hills. You know, it's the kind of thing where we could better put some boards up over these windows. It's something nasty's coming down. And then you look at Richard's painting, and the clouds seem wild, but it's more one of those days where you kind of want to step out onto the balcony and just take a little sip of your coffee and look how beautiful those clouds are. Right, so I just think that's wonderful. It reminds me of like one of the N.C. Wythe or Andrew Wythe or this family of great illustrators. We are going to one day do Christina's World, which is a very, very famous painting by Andrew Wythe or N.C. I can't. There's a number of great illustrators, painters in the Wythe family, so I always get them mixed up. But it's funny how, yeah, that's so wild. Great job, Richard. I mean, in fact, I don't know. Kind of maybe prefer yours, Richard. I mean, that original by Varley, I can see why you chose it. But man, yours, there's something really special about that. Also, Henry posted this link in the Facebook group, so I just wanted to kind of show this. He talked about, shared this Google Earth. Oh, I guess it won't let me. Oh, there we are. So this is the actual location, probably, of Sphinx Mountain, and you can see the top here, and then this glacier. That's the word I was looking for. Glacier coming down the mountain, and so probably Varley would have been. Your guess is as good as mine. Where would he have been when he made this painting? I wonder. There's probably some sort of place he probably could have sat down right about here in the bottom to make that painting. So if we just kind of go back up. Oops. Right, you can see that glacier kind of coming down the side. So that's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing that as well there, Henry. That's very cool. George says, "You are the goat." Thanks, George. That's pretty cool. Wow. That's a very kind thing to say. For those of you, the goat is the greatest of all time. I'm not because people are like, that is so rude. How could he call him a goat? He doesn't look like a goat. I mean, maybe his mustache makes him look like a goat. I'm like, he's being very, very sweet. So before everyone sends him mean messages, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, George. Another butt for chair says hello. Brian says, I gotta learn to paint now. Yes, you do. Yeah, seeing everyone's paintings, I feel I've missed out. Hey, it's never too late. Somebody else, yeah, Ari said it's never too late to start, Brian, so. Oh, okay, here's more. Brian says, I've been planning to go to some art museums here in New York and explore the wonders of art. Absolutely. Well, New York arguably has the greatest art museums in the world. So you certainly can't go wrong in New York. The problem is which ones to go to. Because you've got the Metropolitan, and as I said, the Metropolitan's not just one massive museum, but there's at least the Cloisters. The Met also took over another building, didn't they? I can't remember off the top of my head, but so, I mean, you could literally spend a whole day at least at the Metropolitan Museum of Art running through the museum, and you probably wouldn't even go into every room in that museum. So that's, you know, you got the Museum of Modern Art, the Whitney, the Guggenheim. I mean, that's just art museums. And then you got the Natural History Museum, and I mean, oh my goodness, it just goes on and on and on, doesn't it? Let's just gonna put some up here while I'm chatting here. Kathy says, you won't be disappointed, Brian. Just do it as they say. Painting is my happy place. I agree, Kathy. Barbara is there. Hi, Michael. Hi, everyone. Great sweatshirt, Michael. Edie is the greatest. I know. I know. Sweetheart. My sweetheart. Barbara started a new painting today. Feels hopeful. Deborah says, my daughter and grandson are autistic. Oh, cool. I did not know that. You probably have told me four or five times. I'm a little slow on that. I tend to forget things. People have to tell me things all the time. That's why friends of mine don't like watching movies or TV shows with me, because like I remember watching the Game of Thrones with some friends, and every 5 minutes I'm like, okay, so who's, and they're like, pause the video. It's okay, so this guy was this and this and this, and I'm like, oh yeah. And then, you know, like, but we told you that last week, Michael, so like, please don't ask that in the next week. So who is that guy? Kathy says, loved your horses. I'm doing mangoes. Okay, we're gonna look at those horses. I'm looking at horses, and the next sentence is talking about cloisters. The hoisters. Barbara says, it's been difficult to paint anything for the last 6 months or so, and that's the only one I managed to do. Okay, is that the... Okay, well, is the... I think if I know the painting we're talking about, that's a pretty amazing painting. Okay. Barbara says, there's been so many great paintings uploaded. I agree 100%. Christina, so much talent. Kathy says, I've seen Varley in person, and most of them are really small. I love yours, Rick. Very interesting. Yes, that does make sense. That this painting would be quite small. It does have the appearance of a tiny canvas. Michael, you're a breath of fresh air. Thank you so much for taking the time to view our art. And Christina says, Christina's World is by Andrew Wythe. Okay. Probably, I'm sure, you know, having similar name, you're like, yes, I'm aware of that painting. Yes, and I know who painted it, because you wouldn't be the first person to mention it to me. Brian says, I vaguely remember going to one for an elementary school trip, and I've wanted to come back. I forgot which one. Oh, and Deborah says, that's you on the porch. That's right. I do remember that. I can't remember if that was in the comments or something earlier, but I do remember that. Yes. That is cool. I do love how you customize these paintings. Well, not just you, but a lot of you, I find very it's very fun and playful when people take some of these original paintings, just give a little bit of a tweak here and there to show, to include maybe a family member or your own pet, swap them in and out. Very, very fun, right? Why not, right? Okay, so moving right along here. Our next artist we're going to look at here is Emily Carr. As I've said before, arguably Canada's greatest artist, certainly Western Canada's greatest artist. And I think it says something that Canada, one of, if not the greatest Canadian artist of all time, happens to be a woman, just happens to be. And it's also I teach at Emily Carr University of Art here in Vancouver. And so here we've got Ari's painting version thereof. There's Kathy's going to make that. Oh, no, I thought I could make that a bit bigger. Here we go. Oh, Maria. Oh, wild. It looks like painted that one during the live stream. And there's Paula's. Whoa, so different. All of them. Hold on, family's texting me. Oh, speaking of Edie, it looks like she's got a cold right now, so. Poor girl. Okay. So, Paula's, that's wild. It's interesting, Paula, I guess if we look at these other ones, oh, they're so different, aren't they? Interesting enough, like this one feels to me like the most manicured of all of the spaces, right? This feels like it's like at Versailles or it feels like there's not a single leaf out of place, that this has been well-groomed landscape, versus the others feel a little bit more chaotic and wild. And, you know, I don't know, this is someplace in France that Emily Carr saw while she was a student in Europe, in her late teens, early 20s. And so it could have been somewhere that was really, really well kept. But you can see in some of the other paintings that other people in the class have done are a little bit more wild. Especially here, Maria's. Wow. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying anything's good or bad about something being wild or more groomed than others. Obviously, I'm sure there's lots of gardeners in attendance right now who have various different feelings about that. Some people love a wild, tangled garden, and then some people, you know, are picking every little weed out there. Some people cultivate the weeds. Some weeds are really beautiful, right? So, I would say if we wanted to get a little bit closer to Emily Carr's, I think what we need is a bit more warm blue, like that ultramarine blue. And we see, like here in Ari's version, we see a little bit more of that blue, which gives it a bit more contrast. So here we've got a lot of green, but not some of the darker greens. But, I mean, because I think what that does, I think another thing that I see about this painting is it feels like there's the light can get right through those trees right to the ground. So everything is kind of illuminated, like the trees there's not a level of density to the trees, so the light can get in between the leaves and branches down to the pathway. Whereas, you know, if we see some of these other ones, it feels more like that's a solid clump, like it's harder for light to get down through there. Again, no one's better or worse than the others, but these are fascinating. Let's just look here. Wow. So again, very painterly approach here by Maria. I love all of these brush strokes and the kind of smearing and smudging of paint. Right, there's an energy to it that is very attractive. All right, Kathy's feels a little bit more on the controlled side of things, a little less wild. But it, you know, that's one of the things with a lot of Emily Carr's work, which is what makes her so incredible, is how she's able to convey movement and like wind very effectively, and straddle this line between being kind of more on the graphic side of thing versus being a little bit more expressionist, and she weaves them together like a tapestry or a web in a way that makes it really hard to replicate. One thing I love about Ari's painting is I love the very bright colors. You know that I love my bright colors. And this one seems to have very little white in it. It's almost, is this watercolor? I don't know. But you know, there is white obviously in the sky. There's a little bit of white in the peachy colors, but almost every other color. Oh, I guess there's some white in these teals, but the colors are fairly saturated. I think there might be a little bit of like medium in there to make them more transparent, but that really glows. It really pops. I think more than Emily's original painting. I think probably in terms of the original, it's probably a little bit more along the lines of what Kathy's done here. Not to say that again things are better or worse. It's so wild to me how one little decision can infuse a painting with a totally different personality. In the same way I talk about in my drawing class, how just one little line on an eyebrow or a mouth can totally transform the way people interpret a painting, and it can go from someone being happy to someone having a bit more of like a smirk or something, right? And so one kind of little choice of one color or another can make a painting appear really joyful and happy and positive, and a slightly different color can make it have a quality of menace, or, you know, and I'm not saying any of these have a menacing quality. It just boggles my mind. Ari says, no, I didn't use watercolor, but I used matte medium. Yes, that's definitely. I was, because once I saw the texture in the sky, I was like, that's not watercolor. Although sometimes people do use acrylic and watercolor together. There's no law against that. I've seen plenty of people, at the very least, use white acrylic paint in conjunction with their watercolors, because maybe as a way of fixing or hiding a mistake or something. But yeah, these are awesome. I do want to, Kathy included another painting here inspired by Emily Carr, or based on another Emily Carr painting, I should say. Telegraph Bay. I'm not aware of this particular painting, but it does, especially the sky. Emily did a number of paintings like this towards the end of her life, or at least towards the end of her painting career, because she had a few strokes near the end of her life that made it impossible for her to paint, which is why she turned to writing and wrote a number of incredible books, which are highly recommended. That's cool. Great job on that sky. Kathy says, it's so freeing to paint Emily Carr. I agree. Although it's one of those things that if you're a beginner painter, sometimes beginner painters like, oh, this is so difficult. So it's you kind of have to, just like you've done, Kathy, build up a certain amount of experience so that you can have you can get to that point where making a painting can be a lot of fun, and you're not just like, oh, I'm so overwhelmed, like I don't know what to do next, right? So you kind of have to pay a little bit of dues first, go through the fire, and then once you've kind of accumulated a certain bit of experience, you can let go a little bit more, right? Excellent job. Okay, next up we have Henry Fuseli's The Nightmare. I think Paula was the only one to attempt this one, which I have just right here. Here's my version of it. Which I love this painting. Actually, this is in the Detroit Institute of Art, one of the most famous paintings in their collection, and I love this painting. It is a strange painting. But anyway, we're talking about Paula's version here. Again, Paula sketched this out without using the template, which is takes a lot of courage to do. And that should also be encouraging for anybody else who's on the fence and it's like, oh, I'm afraid to post my painting. You know, take some inspiration from someone like Paula. And the way to get better is by sharing your work with people that might have a little bit more experience. It can give you feedback and support you and encourage you. And you can see that, you know, my approach is to try to give as much positive feedback as possible. You know, I'm happy to give some criticism where it might be warranted, but even then, I think most people, you know, it's fun. It's like I've been meaning, I want to make a video talking about this, so I won't go too much into depth right now, but I recently, in one of my in-person classes, had someone who actually got angry with me and was like, enough with the positive comments. I want you to tell me what's wrong with my drawing. Tell me what's wrong so I can fix it. And I was like, it looks good. I don't know what you want me to tell you, but I think you're doing a great job. No. I stop blowing wind up my butt. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. I'm like, okay, well, when you do something wrong, I'll tell you, don't worry. And then they didn't come back the next week because I think they felt like I'm being disingenuous. And so, you know, that's what they decided, right? Okay, so I think this looks great, Paula. I think it's fun, especially like the little gargoyle-like figure on here. I would say that perhaps I think in the original, yeah, he's sitting right on top of her. It's maybe, I think even just a little bit of a shadow or something on her body would help that. I also think maybe the whole painting could get a little bit darker. So like if you used some black and some medium and darkened in some of the darker areas, the shadowed spaces, that might help a little bit. But I think, again, the painting looks pretty cool as it is. Okay, we'll move on to Lawren Harris here. And I could only find this one version of it by Kathy, which is surprising. I'm sure somebody else must have tried doing this, Lawren Harris. I love this painting, obviously, because I featured it on as a Master Study episode. Yeah, maybe there's other people. Let me know in the chat if you did it and you're angry with me that I've overlooked it. But anyway, we'll talk about the one that is here. This is Kathy's version. I think this is beautiful. I love the way you've done the waves as well. The one thing, and I don't know offhand, but it does feel like these, which I think are supposed to be waves in the original, these do tend to look more like maybe rocks on like a shallow shoreline. I don't know why that is. Why? I have my version here. Let's go and see if I can find it. So I think, and I do remember that my waves were more stylized than Lawren Harris, which is kind of surprising because Lawren Harris is kind of famous for the stylization in his paintings. But I think might be one thing that might help is just a little bit more angular qualities in the waves to give them like that, there's a bit more sharpness. Whereas you could see in yours, they're a little bit more rounded, which to me, you know, I think might give me the impression that they are rocks that have been beaten by the waves and they're kind of lost the pointiness to them. I love how you've done these clouds up there. Yeah, but I mean, it's, even if we were to take this and say, I've transformed them into rocks, that's also not a bad thing either. Right? It doesn't have to be like the original or exactly like the original. In fact, if anything, I'm always more interested to see how people reinterpret these paintings. But, you know, again, if someone was asking me what can I do to improve a painting, that would be something that I don't know if it would necessarily would improve it, but might change it or make it feel a little bit closer to the original, which may or may not be a good thing, obviously. Okay, so Barbara says, Paula is so amazing. She just goes for it. I love her work. Speaking of Paula just going for it, here's we're going to move on to Paolo Uccello, the great Renaissance painter, and his version of St. George and the Dragon. So there's Paula, and Stephanie's said, this is by far the most challenging painting I've done so far. I need more experience. The good thing is I learned so much and I gave it a good try. Well, I don't know, Steph, if there's, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what I'm seeing in here that is problematic. This is a time-consuming painting to do, for sure. But I like the way this cloud formation in the background looks. So, you know, yeah, maybe you set it aside and come back, and when you do have more experience, or you're wanting to inflict more pain on yourself, you could come back and try to do the rest of the painting. But I think thus far it looks great. Yeah, I mean, just remember that that's the background. If you feel like it's too, if it's too prominent, I think maybe putting like a little bit of a glaze of some gray over top would be helpful. Like in the original, so like there's my version of this painting. Actually, I'm just gonna tilt this away for a second. Sorry if that's making a whole bunch of racket on the microphone. In the original painting by Paolo Uccello, actually, this cloud was very prominent. And so when I painted it, I made a decision to reduce the amount of white in there, just to kind of push it back. So I actually would say, Steph, that your painting is a lot more like the original painting than my version. So again, we could have a conversation about who's doing it right. Right? Is it blasphemy to do what I've done and to kind of de-emphasize a part of the painting by someone I consider to be one of the great artists of all time? I don't know. Ari says, Lawren Harris's paintings are so impactful. I agree. Totally. Incredible artworks. Kathy says, maybe I thought those waves were rocks. I don't remember. I see what you mean, though. Okay. Speaking of another great painting by Kathy, here's the painting of the viaducts here by Georges Braque, the co-inventor of Cubism, along with a little-known artist named Pablo Picasso. Some people have heard of him, most haven't. And anyway, Braque, I'm kind of surprised more people didn't choose to do this painting. I selected this painting by Braque because I thought it would be kind of like the most bright and colorful, cheerful of Braque's paintings, because many of the paintings he did because this is kind of right at that moment where he transitions from fauve painting, like a lot of Matisse's artwork at the time, to the Cubist side of things, which was much more geometric, and at least for the first 4 or 5 years was all browns and grays and blacks and whites. So I was surprised more people didn't take this one on, but we'll see. And it always surprises me. Some of these paintings, years go by and people pick up and decide they want to try them. So Stephanie says, hello everyone, I just got home from work. All of you are so encouraging and appreciate your input. We get the best art teacher and the most talented students. I wish I had more time to paint. I agree. Thank you, Steph. Okay, let's just look at Kathy's painting here a little bit more. This is great, Kathy. I do wonder about maybe having... I'd have to look at the original, I guess, and I can't remember off the top of my head. I do feel like there could be a little bit more contrast in here. I can't remember if he... Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Because one of the things with Cubism is about a flattening of space. And an example I've given is Cubism is like taking a cardboard box and unfolding it on the ground, as opposed to trying to paint that cardboard box from one vantage point. And so it's the same sort of thing, like which is strange to think about when you think of a landscape. The idea of taking the mountains in the distance and unfolding them and flattening them onto the same plane as the viaduct or the rocks or the houses that are far closer to the viewer, typically, right? So Braque at this time is really, tearing up the rule book and so yeah, but I love the colors that you've included here, Kathy. Yeah, it's very cool. That's great. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Paula did do a version of this here. I always find it interesting too. Sometimes Paula takes horizontal paintings and then paints them vertically, and then sometimes takes the vertical paintings and paints them horizontally. So, again, which can add a whole new dimension to a painting. It can really transform a painting when you crop it or orient it in a different way. Because sometimes artists spend a lot of time trying to construct a painting based on the dimensions of the canvas. So when we take that canvas and we completely change the dimensions of it, it can offer a totally different perspective on that same painting. And there's something about even just the way that you've painted the houses with those kind of very quick little lines, that feels it feels like you've taken this painting and pushed it even faster, further into the Cubist realm. That's great. I love that. Ari says, I still want to paint the Braque. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Brian says, watching this live stream, seeing it's snowing outside and finishing a small exercise drawing using grids, a perfect way to end the day. Oh, I love that. Yeah, what a great way to spend, you know, a cold day inside is to create something, right? To document your experience a little bit. I love that. Great job, Brian. I love that. Okay. And last but certainly not least, here we've got this painting of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and Santa Claus here. And then Paul has also added this snow globe on top there. I'm not exactly sure who this little fella is up above there. I'm assuming a little family member. Probably looks like it's probably a gift from school, right? We get a lot of laminated artworks home from our daughter's elementary school teachers. It's I think a laminator is a must for every kindergarten, elementary school teacher, especially when the students do things with glitter. That is when every parent says a silent thank you to that teacher. Thank you for sending this artwork made with glitter home, sealed in a laminated pocket, as opposed to, because I have on occasion opened something up and glitter everywhere, being, wow, this is I don't know if this is an art, whether to laugh or cry. Am I being pranked right now? But that's cool. Great job, Paula. Again, sketch this out on your own without the template. Very cool. Again, this painting is a vertical format, and you've made it into horizontal format, just like I mentioned before. I do really like this addition of this completely, like this collaged, this other artwork to it. I think is a very fun thing to do, and that's something we saw a lot. Just speaking of Braque and Picasso were the artists who really invented collage, right? So it's just kind of a fun little symmetry here, going from Braque to Rudolph, and bridging that with collage techniques. Okay. Oh, Paul says, show your daughter, please. Edie's with her behavior interventionist right now. So she has someone who works with her after school to help her with developing her language skills and stuff. So she will be busy for a little bit here. Okay, so we're about to move on. Let's see. Just a quick reminder for people to consider joining the Facebook group while I get the next thing set up here. Where is it? Which order did I say? We were going to go in order of drawings, right? Maybe also just again a quick little shout out to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, so you know when these future episodes are taking place. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the QR code there or the web address. Those links are down below, where you can donate to the channel to support This I wouldn't be able to do. I wouldn't be doing this 5 years after I began if it wasn't for the generous support of people like yourselves who are watching right now. Okay, so how first? Well, we got a lot. How many? Open them all. Let's open them all. Okay. I should say that there's some of you have done some paintings and drawings, and so I've split the drawings into a separate category and the paintings into a separate category. I know it's kind of an arbitrary distinction, but if you're like, how come he's not talking about my paintings? We'll get to your paintings in the second half of the class. And if you've done paintings based on one of the most recent Master Study episodes, those won't appear until the next feedback episode. Because again, I like to give it a little bit of time for people to catch up. And I also, since we're just about to start talking about drawings, next week, this same time next week, is our first Master Study drawing episode. So back by popular demand, people have been asking about doing some more drawing episodes. So starting next week, we are looking at the great, maybe the greatest drawer of all time. Whoa. Albrecht Dürer. So if you've been wanting to draw and learn from one of the great drawers of all time, next week at this same time we're going to be talking about Albrecht Dürer. So, but let's get to the drawings that you guys have done right now. And Aniket says, oh no, how is that first? Well, let's come back because we've got a whole bunch of your work here. So I'm going to start out here by, let's talk about Adrian here. Any fans of Tinnikin game here? I do. Feedback is always appreciated. I don't know this game. I'm assuming it's like either a video game or a movie, board game probably. I'm not familiar with this game, but the drawing looks great. Since I'm not familiar with the game, it's hard for me to say how close you've come to capturing the spirit of the original. I suppose one little thing I would say is I would expect right here there to be maybe a little bit of a line. If this is his hand and his forearm, and that's his shoulder, I think the arm, because right now it just sort of looks like that hand is kind of popping out of the, it's like as if this was all one thing there. And so I think we need a little bit of a line, probably from the forearm in front of the bicep, right there, just to show that. That I think would be really helpful. But otherwise, I think the rest of the drawing's great. Fuzzy Hebrew says, I knew it was going to be Dürer when you said we were going to study from the greatest drawer of all time. Awesome. Great minds think alike, my friend. Thank you. Brian says, I'm very excited about next week. Cool. Oh, there's Heidi. Also says, hi everyone. I've painted a few and far in between nonetheless. It's always fun and rewarding to tune in to see all the wonderful artworks and for the chats. Awesome. Kathy says, that's cool. I was in Dürer's house in Nuremberg. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't wait to hear some of those stories, Kathy. Maybe you got some old photos you could upload to the Facebook group so we could see those when we do next week's episode. Fuzzy Hebrew says, that's a great drawing of Ponyo. Oh, yes. Okay, so yes, we got a few more here. Miyazaki, great films. Okay, so here, this is from Ponyo too, right? And there's Bart. Oh, sorry, we're still in Adrian's Simpsons. There's Super Mario. Cool. So these are great, Adrian. I'm trying to think if I remember any specific things you had asked about. I think these are great. I really like the level of the shading you've applied here, these different levels of value, so that we can see that there's, you know, some light grays and some darker grays and even darker grays verging on black here. That's great. Those just shading in those different levels is really important to help create various different spaces and textures in a drawing. So I think these turned out really great. Like this shadow, that's in the subtle shading to show that the shadow is going over the belly, so that you've got multiple different levels of value. Really cool. I think maybe even the inside of the umbrella could be just a little bit darker, so that we can emphasize the difference between the outside of the umbrella versus the inside. Even if the umbrella is semi-transparent, it's still probably going to be a little bit darker inside. I like that you're trying to use a little bit of hatching on this Bart drawing, which is cool because usually the Simpsons, you know, don't feature any kind of like hatching or cross hatching. It's mostly done by solid values. Like just would be like a dark gray, not even a gradient, or at least I don't think so. I'd have to look, but that's cool. I like kind of mixing up those styles. What's that? It's Barney, right? That's Barney, the guy who's always at the pub. This is great here, this Mario. What's kind of funny is you could see the lines maybe from the drawing that was on top, perhaps creating this de-embossed quality. So when you shade it, it gets those lines appear, which can be kind of frustrating. But I would say keep that idea in your back pocket for something to do in the future potentially. That perhaps if you know you're going to do a drawing on one piece of paper and you want it to look kind of wild, you know, maybe put a piece of paper on top, scribble around on it, and then draw your drawing on top and shade it, and you'll get those lines coming through. Be a little bit similar to what I was talking about earlier with Pascal's version of Van Gogh's Sunflowers, and how he had prepped the canvases with highly textured paint. Right? You could do that same sort of thing with drawing, which people don't often do, and most people would consider this type of thing that's happened here to be problematic. Personally, I tend to kind of think of those as opportunities, and when you see something that you'd be like, I wish this didn't happen here, but maybe I'll be able to use that same approach later on. Right, so just keep that in your back pocket. Okay. Boyu says, my live keeps freezing. No, I'm not sure if he answered about the intermediate course. Oh, I didn't even see that question. Oh, will you ever do an intermediate drawing course? Well, so these the Master Study drawing episodes will be a mix of both some very simple drawings as well as some more advanced drawings. So that's sort of my way of, just like the Master Study painting classes, sometimes I do some paintings that are really complex and take me 9 hours to do, and then sometimes I do a few that are much simpler and take maybe an hour or so. So to try to give people lots of different options, as well as to learn about some of the great artists of all time. So yes, though I didn't see your question earlier, but I appreciate you asking it again because as you can see, there's so many questions in the chat. So I can only do my best to try to answer them all. And thank you, those of you who were helping me out by trying to answer those questions too. That's very awesome. Okay, so here's Alex is up next, and here's his drawing based on the original image. In fact, well, we've got a bunch here. How many do we've got? We've got about 20 here by Alex. So I'm just going to flip through them. Let's make that bigger. Oh, come on. Okay, I think that's all the drawings by Alex. So let's go through these. So maybe we'll start off at the beginning here with Alex. So there's that one, and then your drawing. I think you've done a great job here, Alex. What can I say? It's a very small detail, but I noticed, let's say the face is a little bit darker than the rest of the body. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes if you're out in the sun all the time but you're wearing a t-shirt, your skin might be a little bit darker on your face than on the rest of your body. But this guy looks like, I guess his face is a little bit darker, let's say his biceps and things. But you can see even his neck is maybe even darker than his face. So, but here his face is darker really than every other place, including his neck, which might be a little bit darker just because of the shadow. Tiny, tiny detail, I know, but I know that you're always looking to get better, Alex, so I want to be able to help support your you on your journey here. But otherwise, I think it looks great. I even think maybe right around this hand, you could just darken a little bit, because the hand gets lost in his shorts or bathing suit, whatever this is, right? Because I think drawing hands is really tricky, and I think you pulled it off. It's just not, it's hard to see. Let's see, this woman here. That's good. It doesn't look, see what her eyes, oh, it looks like they're going in different directions, right? So we see the white of her eye here, looking to the right, and then the white of the eye here, but the eye appears to be looking to the left. So I think just making them consistent, having the white of the eye on the same place, because she does look like in the original she's looking to the right here. So I think if we just darken this side and lighten this side, maybe erase a little bit, I think that would fix that. But otherwise, that's awesome, especially like her feet and her pants. Are you kidding me? That is great. The attention to detail on those feet is awesome. Wow, those shoes are great. Being able to draw feet that are coming towards you like that is very tricky. Like, a lot of my students at the university I teach at will almost always draw people with their feet kind of going in one direction or the other, or kind of like, I don't know what that ballet pose is, where they're pointing outwards, because drawing feet that are coming towards you uses what's called like foreshortening and is really tricky. So that's great. That makes me really excited, because that tells me that you are looking very closely. And when it comes to drawing things that you see, it's all about observing closely. So great job, Alex. Okay, there's the Donald. And then you're drawing Donald Trump. I think that's pretty good. I mean, it's kind of funny that it feels sort of like the top of his head is missing. Right? Which, in this picture, it does, his hair is kind of flat on the top. In yours, it's flat as well, but I think we still need a little bit more of his head, because it looks like maybe he's just been lobotomized or something, and maybe he really has been. But I feel like we need a little bit more hair up there, and that would just... and then otherwise, I think the drawing is really cool. I would also say maybe these eyes... Let's just look at the original. Yeah, I think one little thing is, you see how there's this little bit of white underneath his iris? I think that the black dot needs to come right to the bottom eyelid, because it just makes it look like one eye is looking in a slightly different angle. And so just basically replicating what you've done here. Look how the iris, which is the part of the eye that's green or brown, hazel, pink, or whatever it might be, you know, I think it should be touching the eyelid there. Otherwise, that's great. That's really well done. And then this fellow here is based on that. That's pretty good. What's really impressive is the highlights you've done here, Alex. Really nice job on that. Wow. That's great. Yeah, I don't know what else I can say about this one. This is really well done. One thing I would say, and you know, even if I look at the photograph, I don't really... There's a tiny reflection in his eyes there. I often will say, even if the reflection's not there in the photograph, I would put it in anyway, which would essentially mean just taking your eraser and just erase a little circle on both eyes. Because, you know, our eyes, every time you blink, your eyelids cover your eyes with a little bit of moisture, right? And that makes your your eyeballs reflective. And when there's no reflections on the eyes, it makes it look like your eyes have dried out completely, which the only way that happens is if you're not blinking your eyes anymore, and often that means something terrible has happened to you, like maybe you're not alive anymore. So one thing that helps make an eye or someone look alive is a little reflection in the eyes, and usually they're in the same place. So if you put them in the top right corner here, or whatever it is, they should be kind of symmetrical, or not symmetrical. They should be, because symmetrical would be, I guess asymmetrical, or you just duplicate that. I think that would help. I mean, it's very, very minor detail, but it's just one of those things where people, you'll be amazed. You put a little bit of white there, a highlight on the eyes, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, it feels like there's all of a sudden the spirit is inhabited that person. So okay, so here's a great example of how that highlight is working in this drawings, because you've got it here, so it tells me you can do it. What's going on with my cursor? That's beautiful. Okay, and so what does the original look like? Whoa, that's good. Look at you, Alex. You are rocking it today. That's great. So this is His Excellency, the President of Kenya. Okay. That's great. What else can I say? I suppose one thing, it's not a big deal, but you want to be very careful when you're drawing teeth not to overdo it. I think that's okay, but any darker lines between those teeth is really going to make him look like he's got fangs. Because you could see in here, look how in the photograph how subtle the differentiation between the teeth is. So even in yours, it might be a little bit much. That's why I often say, if you're learning to draw, you probably want to spend quite a while drawing people with their mouths closed, because drawing people with their mouths open, and therefore generally being able to see their teeth, adds a little bit of extra layer of complexity. So, but you've done a pretty good job here. That's great. Next, you've got Ronaldo. And then your drawing of Ronaldo here. So, I think his nose makes my nose feel really itchy. His nose is much bigger here in the original. So, you know, this drawing as it is right now kind of verges on a little bit of caricature. And I don't mean that in a bad way at all. But because his nose is bigger and his mouth and jaw have been enlarged, it does make it look like a bit of a caricature, right? And caricature is, there's nothing bad with caricature. I mean, some of the great artworks of all time are caricatures. However, if that was your goal, you absolutely nailed it. That is pretty cool. However, if you were going for a bit more of a realistic image, then I think, you know, just noticing these proportions, I think would be really important. Like, just notice how big the mouth is, you know, compared to the rest of the face. Right, so for instance, look here at the size of the mouth and how open it is and how wide it is. Like, look at how this outside edge of the mouth, if we draw a line right up from the corner of the eye here, and same sort of thing here. Basically, right now the mouth is as wide as the outer part of those eyes. Now, hopefully this will prove, okay. So even though his mouth is quite wide, look how the corner of his mouth now goes right to the middle of that eye. Right, and even this one, which is a little bit more, goes just a little, doesn't go even quite to the edge of his iris here. So what you've done is, and it's not much, but you've just moved those lines a little bit more beyond what is almost physically possible. Like, I would say probably his mouth right now is about as wide as he could probably make it. If you were to ask Ronaldo, make your mouth even wider, I don't think he would be able to make it wider than that. Right? So, whereas yours, it is wider than that. And so it just gives a bit of that kind of cartoony quality. So it's just something to note. Same sort of thing with his ears. Look, his ears are quite big here, right? They're versus, you know, his ears, they come out, but they're not quite as large. All right. Okay, I'm going to move on here because you got another one here. You got this image of Lionel Messi, another great footballer or soccer player, as we might call here in Canada. And this is pretty good. Like, you've got the hair, the facial hair is very effective, but there is a little bit of the side of his head, or I guess on this side, it's been kind of squished down. All right, so, and it looks almost as if his eyes have been moved closer together. Right? So we need a bit more space in between the eyes. And like, notice, and then I think the top of his head should come out. So let's see if we can draw like a line. Like, so for instance, let's look at his nose, his mouth, and we draw this line going straight up like that. Notice the corner of his mouth, his nose, and the middle, or the part of his iris right here all line up. And now we're in, and then look how much room we have to the edge of his face here. All right, so it only kind of crops in here. Versus if we do the same thing here, look at the edge of his mouth. And look at this space. So remember how before his nose was right here, his eye was right there, and then we also had all of this room up here. So one of the things when you're doing a drawing, And let's see, I don't want to spend too long on this, but let me just imagine if we were to sketch this out, right? So if we were to start out with his head, you know, we kind of build in his face, right? We put in his eyes. And then so once we start sketching this in, what I would do is then you can kind of draw like a dotted line up here and just see what matches. And if you realize, oops, this eye is right there, because I think your eyes are kind of like right there. And then I think what you've tried to do is fix it by moving the outer edge of his head in there. And that's how we get this distortion occurring, right? So, and that might have happened because maybe you got excited and you started drawing these eyes in, and you did all the shading and you were really happy with the way that looked. And then you realized, oh my goodness, I've got all this extra head here. What am I going to do? Well, I don't want to have to erase this eye. So you decided to shift the head in. So that's why I always suggest, you know, maybe before you start kind of adding the shading in, is really spending that extra little bit of time plotting out things, getting it in the right place, so if you do have to erase and move something, it's not such a major change. You're not like, oh man, I spent 20 minutes on that eye and now I've got to erase it. That's why, so drawing, kind of sketching in the approximate areas of where things go, maybe even just using your ruler to see, you know, what lines up with different features. And then when you're really happy with your drawing at that stage, then you move on to the shading, and you're less likely to see some of those distortions happening. Again, at the same time, it does make for a really fun and funny image, right? It gives him, it's a bit of a caricature again, which, you know, I did a whole episode on caricatures, so it's not like I'm against caricature. Some of my favorite artists are big into caricature, like another, I'll just share this really quickly. Would be the, you know, maybe the father of caricature, Honoré Daumier, great French artist. We'll eventually do an episode on him as part of the Master Study Drawing series. Let me see. Let's get to some of his pretty funny sketches. Like, I mean, like, totally, like, here, look how bizarre and funny these are, right? So he totally exaggerating and playing with the features, kind of like what you've just done with Messi there, with the head kind of getting narrow at the top. So take some inspiration from some of these great artists who've come before us. Okay. Ari's gone for the night. Says it was so nice to watch this live. Awesome art as always. Have a good night, everybody. Okay, so now we're going to move on to Angel. Angel's posted a few things here. Come back to that. So we've got these 4 drawings, or 5 drawings by Angel. Okay. What can I offer that I haven't just said already? I mean, these are cool. I don't know what they're based on. I mean, some of these look like manga, comics, of which I'm a big fan. We're going to be looking at some of the great manga artists and anime artists as part of the Drawing Master Study series as well, because people have been asking me about that for a long time, since I began, basically. I think probably this would be my favorite, probably because of the level of value contrasts you've got going on here. I think that is super cool. And so I would love to see more of that. Like, beautiful job on the hair. These different areas where it's darker and lighter and even darker. That's very, very effective. So I'd love to see more of this kind of stuff. Some of these are great. These cat drawings are great. And you do have a little bit of value contrast, but, you know, what if we shaded in more of this cat? Right? Because, you know, this cat's arm just sort of goes off and just disappears. Probably it's kind of, I guess you could say, the cat's elbow. It would be right around here. So I would probably have included that elbow on the cat. So I don't know what else I can offer here. I mean, so for instance, like, I have seen in some manga people draw hands similar to this. It does feel a little bit like it could use some improvement. They're not defined well enough. So there's a bit of confusion as to which finger is where. So, you know, I often think, like, part of drawing is about offering clarity, and, you know, you generally want to make things, even if they're quote-unquote wrong, be clear, right? And if things are clear but quote-unquote wrong, people are more likely to say, well, it's so clear, maybe it's not a mistake at all. Maybe the artist did that very purposefully. Versus if it's quote-unquote wrong and unclear, people kind of like, well, maybe they're kind of not sure, and so they're fudging the details a little bit. So that's why I think, even if you know, I was trying to think of this analogy. Friends of mine who are musicians talk about this kind of stuff all the time. Like, if you make a mistake while you're performing live, just repeat the mistake, and then everybody thinks you did it purposefully, right? And same sort of thing, like, if you make because some friends of mine will be like, oh, didn't you hear I blew this note in the middle of the song and I played a higher or lower note? And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe because all of it sounded clear. It wasn't like there was like an egregious kind of mistake. And so I'm like, oh, sounds like a mistake. If you played the note but it's wrong, but it's emphatic, then people are like, well, that's probably deliberate, right? So I think could be a little bit more clarity in there, I think, is just the main thing here. I love all this poetry down here too. Okay, so moving right along here, Aniket says, I just finished the basic drawing course. It took me 6 or 7 months to finish. I started in May 2004. Thank you, Michael, for teaching us how to draw. You're a great teacher, and your teaching style is extremely fun. Awesome. So let's go through. I think you got like 25 drawings here, so we're going to flip through them. And it's funny seeing my own drawings on there. So that's a famous Albrecht Dürer. So those of you who are wondering about Albrecht Dürer, if you've done the drawing course, you've done at least one drawing by Dürer already. That's great. Excellent. Brian says, I've played piano for 3 years. Every time I make a mistake or two, I'd say I was doing some jazz notes as a joke. Yeah. Oh, these are great. Well done. Okay, and then you had one that appeared at the very, very beginning. I'm just going to go right back up here. And you wrote, this is a drawing of Michael's daughter. I know she's beautiful, adorable, and cute too. My drawing, I think you said, my drawing skills aren't very good. I'm very sorry. I certainly don't take it personally. In fact, I would say the drawing I did of my own daughter wasn't all that great either. But I don't lose sleep over it at night, and I haven't gone back and tried to fix it. I just move on. I figure I'll fix it in the next drawing I do, or I'll get better as I go forward, right? And so I'm always thinking about that. It's like, don't fixate on the problems, focus on the positives, keep moving forward, and the problems will generally fix themselves as you grow. I will say, though, probably one of the issues here is it does look like those eyes are kind of cross-eyed. It looks like instead of looking forward or to the side, they're looking inward. And I will, one of the things I struggle with the most is getting any pair of eyes to line up. So the way that I always do this is, let's just take this drawing. So if I'm doing a drawing and I've got two eyes, and I feel pretty confident, I would still kind of start with one eye here, and let's say I do this one off here. I might draw this one a little bit more lightly. So then I'm kind of going around here, and I'm putting in my eyelashes and shading and all that kind of stuff. Right, and then I can step back and go, well, maybe that's not right. Let's maybe move that over and see. Okay, I think that looks better. So before I commit to it, I move it around, and then I don't even have to erase. I just keep on drawing and maybe keep darkening these things. All right, so that's another thing too, is I don't even bother erasing until I'm a little bit further on, and maybe I don't even need to do any erasing at all. I remember I was talking about a highlight, leaving a bit of that highlight in. Right, maybe it should have been up there, but that's okay. Right, that make any sense? Okay, let's come back to what else can I say? This looks like that's a Van Gogh self-portrait. I think what that's based on, right? There's the Rolling Stones. I think we did this in class. Definitely did this here. This is like the elderly figures class, the block-in method. That's excellent. That's great. Good job with that one. Wow. Almost looks like a Greco-Roman sculpture with the hands been broken off or something. Great shading on the muscles and the torso. Great, I don't know what this is based on. Well done. Even though the background is kind of done very, very, even though the background is done very, very quickly, even just that little bit of attention to the background, I think, is really important. Often people just neglect the background, and so the fact that you've just even put anything there is more than what most people do. Okay, so this is from my class here, drawing the face. This is about episode 25, and then I think that's the result that you've got. I would say, considering seeing what you've been able to do since this is maybe a little bit earlier on in your drawing journey, I think you probably would be able to do this drawing much better if you tried it again today. I would go back and watch the lesson again and draw along with me. I mean, having said that, just look at my drawing next to the photograph. You could see that there's some distortion in my drawing, right? It looks like I did the face a little bit shorter and a little bit rounder versus the original. This guy's got a bit of a longer face and a bigger chin. But again, that's a stylistic thing, right? I tend to almost always draw heads that are a bit rounder. Maybe it's because I'm a bit rounder of a fellow to begin with. So maybe just because when I look in the mirror, I see a bit of a rounder face, I tend to draw things that are also a little bit rounder. And while that might sound a little bit funny, I'm certainly not the only one to notice that. You know, people often talk about how every time artists make a portrait of somebody else, they're often doing their own self-portrait kind of over and over and over again. Great examples would be Rembrandt, certainly no small fish there. If you look at any Rembrandt painting, if you see his own, he's famous for doing hundreds of self-portraits. If you look at his self-portrait, then look at any of the portraits he did of other people, you can almost see that it's like there's him in all of those faces, right? So it's not a bad thing. Again, there's my drawing. Yours, that's pretty good. That's pretty close. That's funny. So this is the caricature class, right? So we've got a bit of that caricature stuff. That's great. I think those hands could use a little bit of work. What I would suggest is just spending a little bit of time. I think there's some episodes I did, I think 2 at least episodes on drawing hands. Go back and focus on those. I mean, look at what you've been able to do here. So look at, you are getting better. You are getting better. So you may find if you go back and try doing some of these episodes again, you'd be able to do them so much better and faster. These are excellent. Oh my goodness, look at that. You've got it. You're doing it. You're doing it. Great. Beautiful. Good job on those shoes. Excellent. Great. Okay, I think that's fantastic. I'm really proud. I think you're getting better and better and better, so to keep on going. Oh, I guess there was some more. I thought they were at the end. Okay. Okay, we got a bit of those crossed eye things, but we just talked about how to fix that problem. So, oh wow, okay. So look, you are capable of doing these amazing drawings. That's fantastic. Wow, so these are some of the most recent ones you've done too, and they're, wow, look at these folds. Wow, this glass and the reflections. Do we have from? I thought okay. Wow, good. I remember these clothing drawings. Wow. Excellent. Yes. Okay. So you're doing it. I mean, these are amazing. And I guess I think it was you talking about how you started last year on those drawing classes you made. This is from the last episode. Very exciting. So I would love to see, Aniket, from you what you're working on now. Now that you've got these skills, what are you going to create on your own? What are the images that you want to do now with the skills that you have? Excellent. So moving on here. So here's someone in the Facebook group. You can also be an anonymous person too, so you don't have to use your name. So even though I can see who's who, I'll respect your desire for anonymity. So here's the drawings that you've posted. Okay. I don't know what to say to offer advice on these. I mean, this one is excellent. Great job on the face. Especially around that hand, again, this 3/4 point of view is very tricky. I think you nailed that. I would say the ear is probably a little bit larger. Now, it could be that way in the photograph that you've used as reference. Because, you know, if the ear is closer to the camera lens, it's probably going to be bigger. But in terms of the way that it does make some sense, because look at the size of the arm, right? That looks like the shoulder and the bicep, and look how much smaller the bicep is than the hand. The hand is much bigger. I would say, I would bet money that this is based on a photograph, and you've done a pretty good job of capturing that. So Now, what is this line here? Is that from a shadow or from a collar of a t-shirt or something? I feel like this drawing is not finished, so I think that would change if we were to work on that a bit longer. This is pretty good, although I think the mouth and jaw are probably a little bit more forward than they should be. I think that you should just push that back a little bit. I can't see. It's hard for me to do it, but I can't. But probably the lips are not going to be in front of the forehead. I would, in fact, that forehead even then feels like that curve is pretty severe. It's possible. It just gives this guy's makes his mouth a little bit. Anyway, not a big deal. Very, very minor. Let's look at. Looks like, is that Elon? I think everything's working well. You know, most people do not have symmetrical faces. I haven't looked at pictures of Elon Musk much to know if his features are symmetrical or not. But that does feel like that eye is maybe disproportionately higher than the other one. So I think just lowering one or maybe raising this one might help. I don't know. I would also say that the way you've drawn the hair feels really rushed. And people often do that. People often will spend an hour drawing the face and shading the nose, and it's all done with such love and care. And at the very end, here's the hair, right? And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You know, it's like, imagine you did that if you were decorating a cake. You spend all this time making the most beautiful, delicious filling for the inside of the cake, and you start putting the icing on the edges, and you just, with all this love, spreading it over, and you're like, oh, the birthday's in 20 minutes. Okay, so then you just take the icing, and you're like squishing all of this stuff on the top, and it gets all sloppy, and it's falling off. It's a little bit how I feel, and you're not the only one. I would say 95% of people, when they draw faces, hair is just done at the very end. And I can see how quickly those are done because of there's those telltale marks of fast mark making, and that's, you know, and that fast mark making isn't inherently bad or wrong. It's just that when I look at the way you've drawn the eyes, I can see that you've spent a lot of careful attention to drawing them. You're going very slow here, trying to get it right. Same thing with the nose and stuff. And so if you're going to approach the eyes like that, and the nose and the mouth like that, then approach the hair like that. Or if you're going to draw the hair like that, draw the eyes and the nose and the mouth like that. So it's all integrated. So it doesn't feel like one is an afterthought over the other, right? But they're all treated with the same amount of love and attention and patience too. So, but again, I'm kind of nitpicking a little bit, but I just want to be able to help everybody get reach the potential that I see here, right? And I can see that, you know, especially what we've got in here, that ear, that's awesome, because ears are hard to draw. Most people avoid drawing ears whenever possible. This, you know, that light facial hair, right? In this drawing, I can see, man, you've got some patience and attention to detail. So let's see that in some of your other drawings as well. Now, same sort of thing with these eyes. I think actually, it's just that this pupil is, or not pupil, iris is a little bit smaller than this one. Look how much bigger that circle is than this one. And so they should be about the same size. I would say if you just erased a little bit under here and just shrunk that down, probably on the other side it'd be easier just to enlarge this by just darkening around here. You'd probably have to just darken this eye too to make them match. Very, very minor detail. But in order to improve, sometimes the little fixes would make a big difference. Okay. Let's move on. We're looking at Barbara's drawing. Barbara's in the chat there too. So Barbara's has done lots of paintings with us for a couple of years now, but Barbara's also been doing the drawing class too. And I think these are from a few years ago, but I accidentally included them in here. I think so anyway. I think these are from 2023 or something. But it is kind of cool to see some of these older drawings and just thinking about maybe what you've learned through there and how that comes through in your paintings. These are great, and this is one of the more recent, I think this is a more recent drawing. And then, wow, this perspective, wow, that's amazing. And then here's this landscape, oh, based on Rembrandt. Oh my goodness, Barbara. Wow. Holy smokes. Wow, okay, so, you know, if this is like a drawing that you've made a couple years ago, right? And drawing hands, not easy to do, right? That's why most of my students at Emily Carr, I teach figure drawing classes at Emily Carr, amongst other things, but almost always students they either want hands in fists, or they always want to draw models with the hands behind their back, or their arms always have just empty spaces on the end of the limbs, because people don't like drawing hands. They feel like they're too difficult, and so they just avoid them. But these are pretty good, and then considering you did this one here, that's even better. But then a couple years later to be doing this, Barbara, oh my goodness, wow. So there's a number of awesome things that's working well here. Is the attention to detail, thinking about like how Rembrandt did these drawings, or well, this is probably an etching that he did. But just the attention to the shading, this kind of cross-hatching going on here. All of the detail in there, wow. Great perspective. Yeah, I don't know what to offer or say here. I'm also really excited with the direction of these lines, noticing like having these lines going in a diagonal on the tops of these buildings, right? That really helps give a sense of that plane that they're moving towards the point. You know, the more horizontal lines in the grass to show that that's, you know, the ground. One area that I'm left a little bit mystified by is the shading in here. So we have these vertical lines. I'm not sure what they're attached to though. I think if I recall the original, this is just like in behind, there's more trees or grass. And I can understand you're sort of like, oh, it's just kind of dark back there. But it does feel like there's maybe more definition in here that but I mean, obviously that's pretty good. I'm just nitpicking because I'm thinking like, man, this is close to a masterpiece. Steph says, gorgeous, Barbara. Brian says, all these drawing showcases really gives me inspiration, and more of my self-esteem goes up with my own drawings, doodles, exercises, and projects to soon be able to post them. Oh, I love to hear that, Brian. I can't wait to see you share your drawings with us. I would love to see what you've been up to. I'm sure you're doing amazing. Just remember that every artist is their own worst critic. I'm sure you've heard that ad nauseum, and you're like, ah, I've heard it before. But it's true. Every artist. I remember I had a teacher who once said something about the fact that to be an artist, you have to be both, like, all artists kind of feel a little bit like frauds. You're always kind of like, and you have to be a bit of a feel like a fraud, but also a little bit of a megalomaniac and be in a bit of denial and just be like, oh yeah, I'm this is good enough, good. Right? In order just to power through those feelings of being a fraud. I mean, hey, pretty much every episode I do, whether it was years ago or last week, there's times where I'm making a painting and being like, oh my goodness, this is not turning out well. I'm sure people are going to be, you know, like, why am I learning from this guy? He's a complete fraud. He doesn't know what he's talking about at all. Look how terrible this painting or drawing is that he's working on. And sometimes my heart starts pounding faster and faster. I'm like, oh man, I have to rescue this drawing. Otherwise, this whole empire of lies is going to collapse, right? So, you know, it's just, we always have those feelings that we're not doing good, or they're not good enough, or that people are going to say nasty things. What I always think is, if people do have nasty things to say, it says way more about them than it does about us, you or myself, right? And 95% of the time, people are just blown away by anything anybody does that's creative, like drawing or painting, because most people just don't think they could ever do it. They just think you have to be born with some magical ability. You have to be touched by some deity that has given you the rare ability to express themselves effortlessly. When in reality, every artist struggles to get an idea out onto the page. Right? It's just most artists go out of their way to make it look like they are true geniuses. They don't want people to see the garbage pail that's full of crumpled up paper from all the struggle that went into it. They want it to look like they went, poof, $1 million, poof, $1 million, poof, that's going in the Louvre, poof, that's going in the Museum of Modern Art, right? Because that makes other people think, like, wow, that's amazing. I should buy that for $1 million because that's so amazing. Right. Okay, anyway, Barbara, this great job on perspective. I mean, this is also a difficult situation because of the slanted roof like that. So, man, to tackle that is pretty impressive. You know, I'd almost have to see a photograph of the original to be able to see, because it does look like you've kind of run into a few problems, and so I don't know if that's because of this. The ceiling could also be on a slight angle. Either way, it is close to the eye line or the horizon line, which could be the thing that might be causing some problems, because when it gets right to that horizon line, it can be really tricky, and sometimes you end up having a straight line even though there's different plane surfaces. Stephanie says, you just have to try. If it makes you happy, then that's what it's all about. Absolutely. Okay, great job, Barbara. I don't think this, I mean, yeah, I'm very, very happy with the progress here too. So, and I think we've got some paintings coming up too. So, I think I've got about 30 more drawings to get through before we move on to the paintings. Here's Drew sent me this drawing of a stormtrooper. Whoa. That's pretty wild. That's going to blow some people's minds watching right now. That's great. I would assume probably bunch of the shading or some of these white highlights might have been done with an eraser. In fact, I would bet on it. In order to kind of get this level of smoothness, I bet you to do that kind of thing, you might have just shaded this whole thing gray and then just gone with a very fine eraser and just erased in there. So that way you don't see kind of fiddling around those lines. And that's a totally valid process to use an eraser as a mark making tool, or I guess you could say mark erasing tool. Because generally people just think of an eraser as a tool that you use to erase mistakes, right? As opposed to using it like the opposite, to introduce white into an area that might be a little bit lighter. So I think that's a very effective use of the eraser. I'm assuming that's how you did this. It also looks like you're using like a blending stick, right? Which is like basically a piece of paper rolled very tightly. I think in the drawing course I probably talked about it at some time. All right, you can see these. They look like this, and then you can use that, or you can just use your finger to smudge lines, and that way you can get those really nice, very soft gradations from one color to another, or one value to another. So that's gorgeous. That looks like it took some time, but I imagine you must have been pretty satisfied with that. Like, oof, that would have probably taken a few years off your life working on that. That's pretty tricky. Also, getting that as black and as dark as you did, that's very impressive. Because most people would never go that dark when they're drawing. So that's great. Well done, Drew. Holy smokes. And then this tree is the newest, not finished. So we're taking way too much time because I'm focused on it being perfect. Wow, okay. I think this looks great. You know, if you're trying to draw a tree as like photographically or as accurately as possible, it can take a long time because you really have to look carefully at things as to, you know, the direction of branches and how they kind of overlap and bend and twist back on one another. Or sometimes, not all trees are the same, right? It does also, it could just be the way it's photographed, but it does look like maybe you've darkened the paper a little bit, or maybe, just try, is this oh, maybe that's just a fold. I was thinking, is that like a, yes, okay. I thought I thought that might be like the sun and there's like a beam of light coming through, but it looks good. I think it's really well done. I think I'm a big believer in moving forward, and rather than spending like hours and hours on one drawing, I would generally say, instead of spending 2 hours on a drawing, do 6 drawings in 2 hours, and only until you feel like you've really got something you really want to spend time on, to spend time on that. Because the one thing I wonder about, like, is feels like maybe the composition isn't totally resolved. Like, what is going to happen in some of these empty areas? Not that stuff always needs to be there in those empty areas, but it does feel like, I don't know, I feel like like the space is really not defined, right? We're just looking at this tree. Is there a horizon behind it? Is there a sunrise or sunset? Which direction is the light coming from? And I know you've done all this beautiful, careful shading in here, but I think what I would have done would be to do like, you know, 4 or 5 quick sketches, each one in 15 minutes or less, and then trying to figure out how you want to organize that composition. I don't know. I think I talked about that in the basic drawing course when we. One of the last episodes is on landscapes and trees and things, and I think I talked about composition. And so I just wonder if there's alternative ways to compose this image. Anyway, great job, you know, especially, holy smokes. So let's see more of this stuff, Drew. Let's keep on going. Gabriel sent this over and said, can I please hear your feedback on the clouds? Okay. The feedback on the clouds. Well, I would say, first of all, it's not clear to me that these are clouds. I mean, once you say clouds, I'm like, oh, okay, I can. They seem kind of cloud-like for sure. But even then, I look at this and think, well, you know, exactly how am I? Is this me laying on the grass, looking up at the clouds passing right over my head? Or is this me looking straight ahead, and maybe is this the horizon line, and this is like a tree stump, and so it's very ambiguous as to what exactly I'm looking at here. Like there's very little in terms of clues as to the what would you call it? As to the, like, if you were to tell me this is a close-up of the exhaust from a NASCAR or you know, one of those car races where the cars spin those tires and they create this big cloud of smoke, or if you were to say this is a close-up of your grandfather smoking a cigar, or I don't know, this also kind of looks like a smear. So, and that's totally fine. Like, I have seen famous artists who've made like close-ups on clouds and waves. In fact, let's. Okay. So here's Vija Clemens, Vija Selman's works, and she has, some of these are huge. I mean, this is probably a detail, but these are often like really big drawings and of probably photographs of waves. And so even though there's not a lot of clues that these are waves, because it's not like we can see a boat in there or the shore and little kids swimming around in them, there's enough wave-like qualities, especially with some darker contrasts here, for me to kind of like, okay, I think I get it. I think I get that these are waves. However, in here, I feel like I probably need to be zoomed out a little bit more to kind of grasp exactly. It's just too subtle. And subtlety can be great, but it takes a lot of skill to pull off this subtlety. I think the other thing too is just the rings on this sketchbook also kind of drive me crazy, because they become part of the composition. So I'm just going to crop that out, and your fingers. Even that helps me a little bit. I'm still not clear what that line is here. So what I would say, which is what my teachers in art school would always say, is make 100 of them. That's sort of the if you go to, I've just saved you, probably $100,000 in student loans to go to art school, because that's what teachers will always say. They'll say, "Oh, this looks great. Now do 100 more of them," right? Because the idea is, the more and more you do, the better you're going to get at them. The more you will be able to get some of those subtleties in there. You'll figure out what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to make them better. So, yeah, I know. I feel like I'm just repeating myself here, but I think you're close. We just need a few more clues here. Okay, Jennifer. I'm new here in this group. I recently discovered the classes on YouTube, and I'm currently working through the drawing and painting classes. I've always wanted to create art, and this is the first time I've tried. The last pieces are the ones I've done on my own. Oh, I think... So you did include some paintings that we're going to look at in the painting section, I think. These are great. Yeah, I mean, these are right out of the class, so this looks exactly like what we want to be doing. So, yeah, great job, Jennifer. I think we'll come back to I think your paintings might be in the second half of today's episode, so we'll see those shortly. Maddie says, this is the blocking method. I never really thought I could actually stick to drawing and learn, but your videos have made a world of difference. Oh, that's very sweet. Wow. This looks great. If you use this to recreate this drawing, that is excellent. Yeah, I mean, I think certainly there's a few things that we could do. I mean, maybe the fingers, especially, I think this hand you did a pretty good job. I think the hand that's closest to us, the left hand, could use a little bit of work, but hands are tricky. That's why I did a couple episodes on hands. Where I think I'm really most excited, though, is in the face. Like this very careful attention to shading the jaw and the cheekbones. That's great. And so that tells me that you've got patience, which is, that's probably, when it comes to making art, patience is number one. Now, there are lots of examples of very impatient artists and who made really wild, super expressive, splattery kind of paintings. But even then, that required some level of patience, just to put all of that together, to assemble those materials. And so often, those artists, there's a lot of planning, and things are very slow, very slow, very slow. And they're getting everything just right, and then chaos happens, and then it stops, right? But I think one of the main things that art schools look for in portfolios, and I know this because I've been on those juries looking at art school portfolios, is just like, is this someone who's teachable? Is this someone who shows that they can sit still for a couple of hours and work on one drawing? And if they can do that, then we can teach them anything. But if you look at somebody's drawing, you're like, I don't think that person is capable of sitting still or taking advice or learning. It's just going to drive all the teachers crazy. No, it's just, tell them to go somewhere else. That's somebody else's problem, right? So the fact that you can do all that is very exciting. Moon Rose says, this is the first time posting in the group. I've made some drawings when starting the drawing class by Michael, and safe to say I didn't post them. Watching his live streams on painting on Cézanne's card players while practicing my exercises felt like I'm in an art school classroom. Anyways, I've made and done 3 projects on classes I've gone over. Feel free to comment, critique, give me notes, and advice for improving. I've done a small project, which is number 4, about doing an animal or drawing and doing different styles. Very much trying to be creative. Despite the space, I've done 6 with the original one. I feel a bit more confident about how I draw. Hopefully I can be a bit more creative still. Awesome. Okay. I mean, this is great. I mean, drawing your bedroom like that in perspective, that's pretty tricky. That's very difficult. That looks pretty good. I mean, yeah, are there some little things here and there we could fix? For sure. But every drawing has problems that can be fixed. Just ask Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci is famous for not finishing things. Those things that he did finish, like the Mona Lisa, right, are pretty amazing. But he spent about 14 years working on the Mona Lisa, right? And for every one thing that Leonardo did finish, there's probably about 10 things that he abandoned halfway, right? Because he just, for whatever reason, gave up on them. Maybe because he just felt the problems were too big to overcome, and so he just moved on. But yeah, that's pretty good. I'm a little confused as to where the vanishing point is in here, or points, if there's multiple. Because it looks kind of like we're doing a 1-point perspective, but then we may have a second vanishing point off to the center, or off the page. So, oh wow. Okay. Okay. So, what's going on here? So here's another perspective drawing. I'm trying to think of what the logic of this space is, because there's something. Okay, I'm gonna try to draw this and see if I can resolve what's going on. So, if I was to do this drawing, what I might start by doing is identifying the horizon line or eye line, right? And so I'm going to say it looks like it's probably right here. And then we've got the back wall, right? Or I guess maybe let's do it like this. And then if you've got another vanishing point over here, I'm going to keep this at a 1-point perspective, because otherwise we'll do 2-point perspective and it's going to get a little confusing. So I would say it would be probably something like this. And you know what? I didn't even. So actually my vanishing point. What am I doing? I'm showing you. Okay, let's start this again. So I don't. Let's start with our horizon line here. Let's say it's a vanishing point. So, and then let's put this doorway in front. If we do it like that, look how extreme this perspective is going to be. And then you have these framed pictures. Looks like they're kind of hanging a little bit away from the wall. And then you got this doorway here. And I suppose there's some sort of chair, perhaps, leaning up against... Not exactly sure how this chair should work. How should I do this? Let's just put these chair legs down here like that, maybe. Okay, and then you've got a desk here. Does that make sense? I mean, obviously it looks different than what you've done, but it does also feel a little bit more habitable of a space. And then, so again, if this is a hallway, that probably is this. And then if we've got the tiles that people are walking on, probably on this side we'd have maybe another doorway here, maybe another one here. And probably a doorknob there. That's how I would kind of see this space. Because I think what we're missing is the bottom of the floor here. Okay, anyway, I'll move on from that, but it's just, you know, perspective is one of those most difficult kind of things to grasp. That's something people have asked me to do more classes on perspective, so I'm going to try to find some more images that have more perspective so we can focus on developing those. I want to even look at some artists who've done really wild things with perspective, like perhaps M.C. Escher, very famous for how he's contorting space and making impossible spaces. Brian says, yeah, I was a bit iffy with the perspective. Both are pictures, and I believe they are 2-point perspective, if I remember correctly. Cool. Is that maybe you, Brian? I'm not sure. Oh, I forgot to add the images based on the drawings. Okay, cool. Well, is that you, Brian? Katie says, so many great drawings, inspires me to do more drawing. I just need to figure out how to fit both drawing and painting into the schedule. Awesome. Yeah, these are great. So if these are, again, if these are yours, Brian, I think these are awesome. Like, that is cool, this cat. I love seeing how much graphite is there because you can see how shiny it is. Right, so it tells me you were drawing and pushing hard in there. Yeah, it's me. Okay, awesome. What makes me probably most excited, though, is these images of the birds that you drew. That's very cool. I love this idea of you pushing the to find more creative styles to communicate your ideas. I love that you drew these birds using simple shapes. That is very cool. All right, you've got some here with kind of like little curly, scribbly lines. Wow, where's my cursor? There it is. Let's zoom. Come on, zoom in. Come on. Wow, those are great. I think these just get better and better and better as we go forward. That's very cool. And I love this one. Do we have another image of that? Yeah. Look at that. So this is an example of when when I just said about draw it 100 times and you'll get better and better. So this is an example of literally of that in action. How every time you do it, you're forcing yourself, what is the weirdest way I could do this? That is awesome. Like this geometric one. Like look how wild what's happening to the talons. They start turning into like a kind of cubist kind of thing. That's wild. Is that the sharp something? I can't. That's cool. I think there's one more here. Awesome. Look how every one of them's got a little bit different. And what's cool about that is that you can then now you've got all these different options, and then you can kind of Frankenstein them together and like, oh, I like how I drew the beak here, but I like how the wings look, and then you mash them all together, and then that's how people like Matt Groening created The Simpsons, right? You just fill up a sketchbook with like, okay, what are all the different ways I can draw a face? And then you're like, ooh, I kind of like this. Okay, this one's working. Now I'm just going to start trying to draw every person I see using this style I've created. Right, so these are very cool. I think I'm probably most excited about this particular page in your sketchbook. That shows so much potential here. And so, again, when I was saying like this tells me, okay, this is someone I can teach, right? This is someone who's got the patience to sit still for a little while, to work through ideas. Isn't just like, I did it once, I'm not interested in drawing anymore. It's like, I know I could come up with something better. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. That's, I wish I had more students like you in my university classes, because sometimes it's like squeezing blood from a stone. People are like, this is the way. What drives me crazy is I'll have students, first year students will come in and say, that's not the way I do things though. I think like, well, good luck on the next 4 years, because you're absolutely going to lose your mind if you keep telling teachers that's not the way you do things. Because most people will be like, okay, well, if that's not the way you do things, then why are you here? Go off and make your millions already instead of wasting it on tuition, right? So when I see someone who is kind of relentless in trying to understand, that's very exciting. Brian says, I've made one singular and continuous line on one of them, so the pencil can't go off the page. Cool. Yeah, continuous line drawing, I love that. That's also a great technique, right? Because it's like drawing with a piece of string. How do you kind of get back around? Very cool. Or using wire like Alexander Calder. Brian says, thank you very much for your... Oops. Thank you very much for your wonderful inputs and encouragement and kind words. I've been very much open-minded with styles and criticism. I used to be self-conscious, but now I'm more open-minded. That's what I love to hear, right? Again, more open-minded and receptive you are to different ideas. That's probably the most important key thing to being an artist, or really unleashing the creativity within inside. It's just kind of opening up your radar to receiving, your antennas to receiving more ideas, and being able to kind of question the way you do things so that you can find the better way to do it, right? Or the better way for you to do it, which might not be the better way for me or anybody else, but that doesn't matter. It's all about that self-exploration. Awesome job, Brian. Thanks for taking that big, bold step to share your work with us, right? And again, because I'm sure there's probably 25 people watching right now who are like, oh, I don't know if I could ever, I don't know if I could ever share my work with I wouldn't want people to know, see what I've done. It's so terrible, right? It's not that bad. It doesn't hurt, right? We're all here to help one another, right? So good job. And so I hope that Brian's example inspires the many other people watching right now who are too fearful to share their work, right? That's a big step. Great job, Brian. Okay, Pratham says, I had a 3-point perspective assignment. This is what I made. How is it? Mine looks pretty good. I think everything is working really well here. The one thing that is maybe could use a little bit of work is the text. And that's one of the most difficult things to do, is to put words on things in perspective. But as long as you kind of if you can think of it like just another part of the image. So let's say, once again here, let's do very quick 3-point perspective drawing. So you've got your, let's say we'll just put your clock tower in here. And then you've got this sign. So the first thing I would do with this kind of thing is I would say to myself, okay, let's write the word clock tower. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's perfect because it makes it a little bit easier because we've got 5 letters. So what we need to do is we need to divide this box into 5 spaces, right? So, which is a little bit trickier than doing it if we had 4, it would be a little bit easier, but let's just imagine it's kind of like this. So in here, so I'm just drawing those shapes within those blocks, right? So we can see that kind of the difference between yours, where, you know, these are just sort of, they're not following any kind of structure, versus mine where they're fitting them within all of these different boxes, right? So this C fits right in there, right? And so that, but again, that's doing this is certainly one of the more difficult things to pull off, for sure. And the fact that you can do the rest of it is like, okay, if you can do all of that, then that's just the next step, is learning how to do the text as a part of it. Wow, okay, I tried to polish this one further than I usually can. How is it? Any advice is super welcome. Please share what you think of it. I think this looks great. Again, I'm trying to figure out what's the logic here of this river. Where does the river go? So this river, where's the, so this is some sort of a bridge. So I'm assuming the water is kind of going under and then probably reappearing on the other side. The fact that you haven't illustrated that leads to potential confusion for the viewer. So if this little river, creek or whatever does appear back here, I would sketch that in. Because also, if this is just blue, you're telling me that's probably sky. So, but is that sky or is that water? If I'm looking at it from this vantage point, this is either, this should be maybe a lake or something, or that's the sky and we're on the top of a mountain. Otherwise, we would see some grass or something here. Also, little thing, but say the top of, you've got the top of this building, right? And you've got the tiles on the roof. These tiles here should also obey this, right? Because right now what you've got is you've got these guys, and then you've got this kind of stuff, and so that is contradicting what's happening here, right? These, if you want to do that, should be going like that as opposed to like that. Does that make sense? Okay. Wow. Okay. Look at that perspective. Awesome. Wow. Now we're cooking. Look at that. That's great. I don't have anything to say about that. It makes okay even better. Wow. Great. The only thing is maybe on the right hand side, I think these cushions are not obeying your vanishing point. Your vanishing point's probably somewhere behind that mirror. So I would say these cushions should have much stronger horizontal kind of diagonals. But otherwise, very, very close. I mean, that's amazing. Great job. So again, that's, you know, perspective is one of those things that is, when I teach in person, I always tell people this is probably the most difficult concept in all of art. But at the same time, if there's a problem in your drawing, it's probably a perspective issue. And so if you could start getting a handle on perspective, as difficult as it is, it will radically improve your drawings and then usually your paintings as well. So I know it's not easy, and I can see you wrestling with this, trying to make it work, which is the most important thing, because the more and more of these you do, the better you're going to get, and the more effortless it just becomes. Like, because I know when I do this kind of stuff, sometimes people are like, how are you doing? It's like a magic trick. And there's a reason why I wrote my graduate thesis on the relationship between art and magic, or illusionism. Like, people, like, making a great drawing is exactly like Houdini escaping from handcuffs, or a magician pulling a rabbit out of the hat. People are like, what? How did you do that? That's amazing. And when I was a kid, I wanted to be a magician, and you can find the answers to every single trick in the world is in your local library or online. You can find out how every artist did it. Most people just can't be bothered to do it. In the same way that most of, everyone watching right now is interested in learning how to draw, all of the information in my head is all, I've made a drawing course on it that's free, that has been watched by millions of people. All of that's there, but most people just can't be bothered to do it, right? There's no special, hand of God that's going to come down and make you an artist. You got to put in that hard work. So I love seeing this, Pratham. You're doing the hard work. Wow. Shiraj. I have been busy with my job and have not drawn for a while because that feels great to put something on paper again. I agree. The idea for this drawing has been circling in my head for a while. I wanted to draw this on a larger canvas. This is the practice drawing. Whoa. Okay, so there's just the two of them you submitted, but these are amazing. I don't know what I can offer in terms of advice on these things, but just keep doing more of them. My goodness. That's awesome. The idea that this was something you've been thinking about, dreaming about it just keeps coming back. And you're like, I gotta get my sketchbook out and put this down because it's haunting me. It just won't go away. Or I think it's a brilliant idea. I need to do something with it. Man, that's how every great movie, every great TV show, comic book, painting has ever, or, you know, and then we expand beyond that, songs and books and stuff and dances, where somebody's like, I gotta put it out there into the world. So that's awesome. I mean, this could be that is one scary looking creature, right? I want to see more of this thing, the story behind this thing. I mean, and it's so beautiful, the blues in contrast to these oranges and reds and the reflections and the wet, you know, pavement. That's so cool. This ghostly image. Yes. This could be a cover to a comic book, a graphic novel, a movie poster, right there. It's all there, all in one. Sankeet says, hello, Michael. Nice to see you, Sankeet. Yeah, awesome. And then this drawing here is exceptional. Again, I don't know what I can offer you in terms of advice. Some of the things that make me most excited is the subtle reflection from this light on the side of her face and in her hair. That's really nice. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, maybe her body is just a little bit too small for her head. But it could also be just the way that this is framed. And I'm certainly not saying go back and erase or do anything. I'm just trying to think of what advice could I give. I mean, I don't know. Looks great. Great use of colored pencils. Should be very inspiring to anybody who thinks like, I'm not ready to paint, but I want to use colored pencils. You know, maybe not everyone's got space to make a painting, but you can order a pretty good set of colored pencils for like 20-30 bucks, which I know sounds like a lot of money, but those colored pencils will probably last you for 6-7 months, and during that time you could make 50-60 really good drawings with colored pencils. And if you're at all entrepreneurial, you could sell 1 or 2 of those drawings, pay off those pencils, and then keep on going, right? You gotta go already. Okay, just drop it in for a moment. That's okay. Okay. Solvig. I think we've got a few viewers. Is that how we pronounce your name? Solvig. Solveig? Solvig. Solvig. Or maybe the L sound. Savig. My apologies. Anyway, so you've been drawing on your iPad or tablet. Working on values, shapes, perspective. I'm having problems with perspective. I just don't really understand the dots and the lines. Well, in a picture like this, perspective is not such an issue. The only little things would be, you know, how things sit on a table. Okay, so let's just do a quick little thing on perspective here. So let's just imagine. Okay, so let's just redraw this here. Okay, so if you've decided you want this table going into that direction, if we just imagine there's a vanishing point somewhere up there. Doesn't really matter for right now. All right, we got your table like going down here. Actually, well, maybe, okay, let's just say there's your vanishing point. It's a little bit off the page. That would mean this is going to get wider. And then we've got the lamp. So I'm starting out with a square here, because now the base of the lamp is like a circle. If we just imagine drawing a square and a circle within that square, no matter how we contort this space, we can still fit a circle within there, right? And we could do the same sort of thing here too. We can build this lamp within that square so that it's in perspective as well. Right? And let's say same thing with the... And this is a bit more advanced stuff, but let's say we want so that the logic of these things all make sense. Kind of going a little bit fast on there. But maybe that gives a little bit of a clue as to how we would do that. Okay, so here's this photograph, and then there's your drawing. This is exciting because I think last feedback episode I was talking, you were doing these drawings and the faces were kind of distorted, and I said go back and watch the portrait class and learn about the structure of the face, and that's really going to help. And it looks like that's exactly what you've done in these episodes. And like this is, especially if we look at what you did last time, there's an evolutionary leap forward where the quality of this drawing and the other ones here are just miles ahead of where we were. Now that you understand a little bit more about the kind of structure of the human face. So this image versus that. Great. I mean, obviously it's a little bit different because in this image you're smiling, or you or whoever this is smiling, and it looks like, is that a lip ring maybe? Not in here. But it does capture a likeness, which is also very exciting. And the shading on the face, these cheeks, you know, it's going to come. It's going to take some time. It is funny, like, there's not much detail in the background, but we have this lock that you've decided to include there, right? Which is kind of funny to me because, you know, anything, you could have replaced it with anything. It could be trees or a bookshelf, but instead there's this lock back there. Nothing else but a lock. And so, you know, if we were to, again, I know it's going to sound crazy, but let's say if we were to just, if we saw this in a museum somewhere, right, and we have this portrait, but in the background we see this little lock. That's the only thing in the background. It would lead people to create stories in their mind. Like, what does that mean? Is this a locked lock or an unlocked lock? If it's and it kind of looks like it's an unlocked lock, well then I wonder what she's trying to say with this image. That maybe this woman has just found some, has just freed herself from some situation or some relationship, and she's now feeling like has freedom that might not have had previously. Maybe she's unlocked something within herself. Maybe it's not that she's been physically imprisoned, but maybe mentally. Maybe she's had some kind of a breakthrough and had some self-realization, right? And so I know it might be like, well, it's just a lock in the background. I mean, come on, Michael, you're really weaving some yarns here. But that's what humans do. In fact, I just got this book the other day, and it's called the Storytelling Machine. One of the things that makes human beings unique is our ability to tell stories, and so our brains are always coming up with stories. And sometimes that's one thing that makes us incredible, right? But sometimes it's also things that can cause us all sorts of grief, because you might be like, you know that look that the bus driver gave me? I bet you he doesn't like me. I bet you he thinks I'm an idiot, or I was too slow getting the change out. And then I'm gonna call his boss, and I'm gonna report him for being a jerk, right? And there just might have nothing. The bus driver might not have even been looking at you. He was looking at, somebody spanking their child across the street. It was like, oh man, right? I don't know, but you just hear me. I'm coming up with stories because people like doing that. So just it's something to think about. Is, well, when you put something in the background of your image, is it just an afterthought, or does it have meaning? It's, as Freud says, sometimes a pipe is just a pipe, right? But sometimes it has a lot more meaning than just a pipe. Anyway, this is very interesting. Let's look at a couple more things here. Wow, that's wild. That really verges on like a Picasso. We did was it woman with a cat in a chair or something? We did a painting of that. It's a famous Picasso years ago. It's like I really see that in this face. Like this is right out of the Picasso playbook, right there. Check out, and just like in fact, a lot of the way that you're drawing this. Very cool. Oh, and I guess there's one more from you. Beautiful. I've been drawing every day for 4 months. Faces are hard for me, but I keep at it. Here's a portrait I did from a picture of my daughter. Wow. Beautiful. I think it's great. One thing I would say is if we've got some of these really dark lines around the eyes, then that's setting kind of a standard for what your darkest value is. So we would probably expect a little bit more darker values. Maybe it's, say, around the edge of the face. Probably a little bit darker underneath the chin. It doesn't, I don't know. I don't mind it like that. I just feel, if those eyes are that dark, we can probably also see a little bit more around the nose. But I suspect maybe this photograph is taken like with a ring light or something, where the light is coming straight on, which makes for very flattering photographs, and especially when people take selfies, they want to make themselves look as beautiful as possible. The one thing is those can be really difficult drawings to make, or those kinds of working from a photograph that is lit very evenly can make for a beautiful photograph, but makes for a very difficult drawing to make, especially when you're starting out. So looking for faces where there's maybe a bit more of a stronger light from one side, so we can try to get some of the shading in around like the bridge of the nose and on one side, might be easier. Probably not the kind of drawing maybe your daughter would provide for you, because of the opportunities for it to kind of get a little bit out of control are more present. But I think you'd also learn a lot more. So you could ask for those photographs, maybe not of your daughter, or look in a newspaper or online, And then if it is of your daughter, maybe you don't show it to her afterwards because maybe you're not so happy with it. Okay. Moving right along here. So, that concludes the drawing portion of the episode. We're going to move into talking about paintings next. Okay, come on. Up. Just before we start talking about your paintings that you've done maybe outside of class or based upon older Master Study episodes, I just want to quickly encourage people to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Generally, about 60 to 80% of the people watching, maybe probably watching right now, are not subscribed to the channel. It doesn't cost you anything. It probably doesn't impact your experience of watching YouTube at all, but radically transforms my life. Millions of people have watched my videos, and yet a very small fraction of those people have subscribed to the channel. So if you're enjoying anything you see, that would be very helpful if you just click that subscribe button. If you want to support the channel with a couple dollars, the price of a cup of coffee, to help keep the lights and internet running here. Remember, I don't take sponsorships by anybody. I've never received a free vacation or a free pencil from anybody. I get dozens of emails every day from gambling companies and nutritional supplement companies, all this kind of ridiculousness. And rather than waste your time showcasing that, you can just every once in a while, leave a couple dollars via PayPal. You can use the link on screen. It takes you to a page like that where you can safely donate to the channel. Other ways you can support, you can use the super chat while we're here live, or send an e-transfer or check in the mail. My email's on my website. Oh, I'm wearing a different shirt today. All those links are down there below, masterstudy.ca. Okay. And if you're just watching right now and say, hey, how do I get you to talk about my work? I want some feedback on my work. Well, join our Facebook group. Everything you're looking at right now is stuff that was posted to our Facebook group. It's a private community where you can put your drawings, paintings up there, and then other people will give you free support, free advice, lots of congratulations, super positive community. I'm sure if you read the comments in the chat right now, you're like, wow, these are a bunch of really nice people, right? Well, join this crew of really cool people. There's almost 2,000 people now part of that group. And that's what it looks like if you click on that link and go there, right? So, and it's all, no one's selling anybody anything. Everyone's just making art and trying to make this world a better place, which seems kind of totally bizarre in our contemporary world. That no one's trying to convince you to buy any junk that you don't need, and people just want to help you become better and release the creativity inside. Kathy says, click that thumbs up too. I appreciate that. Thanks for the reminder, Kathy. Okay. So, let's move on to the paintings you guys have created. And we've got, I think, 120 plus images to go through. So, it's how long we've been on live for 3 hours now. So we'll see, ideally about another hour and a half, we'll get through all of these. I don't expect everybody to watch all next hour and a half. That's why after I'm done recording, I put timestamps in there so you can jump. So if your name starts with a J, you'll probably be about 30 minutes from now. If your name starts with a Y, maybe another hour from now, right? So I don't mind if you go to bed or mow the lawn or shovel the driveway. I'll still be here. So first up here is Abir. It says, I replicated a painting I saw on Pinterest a while ago. It was fun to use acrylic paint, but harder than it looked. Tell me about it, right? Okay, so what are we looking at here? This looks, first of all, it looks like a very small canvas. I would imagine we're talking about maybe something about that big or even smaller potentially, just based on the weave of the canvas. And that kind of looks like a tent, I'm thinking, in the middle of a field with a maybe like the Northern Lights, or what do they call those, star towers, light towers, and then these are maybe some stars. So I mean, I think the I don't know whose original image this is based on, you said, but I think it's a really nice start. I think some of the areas that are probably causing you some trouble is the texture of the canvas. So because it's there's so much texture, the example I always give is it's like the difference between buttering a waffle versus buttering a pancake, right? A waffle has all that texture, so as you paint across, you get just a little bit in, and most of the paint gets caught in those little pockets. Then you've got to get more, and then sometimes you're like, this is so frustrating, and then you end up getting all these little bits of white, those pockets that are empty. Now, if you're painting on paper, you don't have that, or assuming it's a smooth paper, you generally don't have that problem. If you're painting on sketchbook paper, maybe a little bit of this texture is going to be a problem. But you can see that causes some issues like around this tent, where, you know, doing those fine details, it becomes kind of very, very difficult, because it's hard to you're kind of painting, you know, up and down on these mountains. You're just painting on the tips of the mountains. So either paint on paper, or what you want to do is prepare the surface with something called gesso. And I think I've talked about it before, but gesso is essentially just acrylic paint with plaster powder. You'd brush it all across and then let it dry overnight, and then maybe even sand it down. Sometimes, I mean, I've worked for artists when I was younger who would get me to gesso and sand their canvases 3-4 times until it's just like, you know, glass-like surface. And it is a really fun surface to paint on when it's so smooth like that. It's very nice. But I think when you're talking about it being harder, it's harder than it looks. I bet you it's the texture. So try using a different surface to paint on, or prepare the surface. It's easier just to paint on, let's say, a thicker, smooth paper. Annalie, Ann Lee, maybe. Here's a couple of your pictures. Now, I feel like this reminds me of maybe the last episode I was talking a lot about the signature, and feeling maybe the signature was a little bit too big and intrusive. It looks like you've decided just to go ahead with and ignore that advice completely, which is fine. That makes you probably a real artist, because most real artists have no interest in listening to advice. You know, I do think that it is a little bit, I mean, it's for me, it's like all I can see, right? Because, you know, just think about like how you've got all this beautiful subtlety up here, and then the thing where there's the highest amount of contrast is your name right here on the bottom. And so it just jumps out to me, right? If it was done in like a green, or a brown, much less noticeable. People are still going to notice it, but it's not going to be this like logo that's just popping right there. You know, it's a little bit more subtle here, but the fact that it's on an angle contradicts the water, so once again our eyes go right to it. I don't know. I you know, I don't know what to say. I would strongly encourage you to move it to the side, to use a light. I mean, here you're using a lighter black, but why not a green or some other color to, you know, yes, Does Picasso put his big name right on everything? Sure. But Picasso only started doing that once he became like the most famous artist in the world. Right? Just think about, does, Tom Cruise right now, when you go see a Mission Impossible or the advertisement, it's like, Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible. And so it's big and bold. But when Tom Cruise first started making movies, he wasn't even on the poster at all. He wasn't even in the little small text. It was, at the very end of the credits, who is that guy in the background? Oh, Thomas Kruzinski, or whatever it was, right? Interesting. I'll keep an eye on that guy. And then as he got bigger and bigger and bigger, that name starts to get bigger and bigger, right? So you kind of have to build up to that place where you're going to put your name real big and strong. In most of my paintings, my name is either quite small or sometimes not even on the front of the painting at all, right? And so, again, I'm going to have the same conversation I had last time, but I just would encourage you to think of more subtle ways to put your name on there. Okay, Ari. I know Ari's signed off already because we were looking at Ari's drawings earlier, but now we're going to look at Ari's paintings, which are amazing. My goodness, Ari. And we've got a bunch of these, which again is very exciting because I see you, trying out all these different compositions. I'm just going to flip through these really quickly and then we'll go through them a little bit more carefully. Oh my goodness. And then Ari did some based on some of the previous episodes. So, oh man, there's so much. Okay, so this is an Arthur Lismer. We'll just kind of go through the ones that. This is Helen McNichol. And where's the Beatrix Potter? So these are all based on Master Study episodes we've done, and these are amazing, Ari. Just home run after home run after home run. These are amazing. So that's very exciting to see what you've been able to do based on what we've done in class. That should be really encouraging for everyone else watching. And then I think, as I typically say, wow, you're hitting home runs from what we've done in class. Let's see what you can do beyond the class on your own. So what's really cool is you've gone and said, okay, I'm going to try to study some still lifes. I don't know if these are based on photographs or these are things that you've set up in your living room or kitchen or something, but man, oh man. And what's cool is we can really see your style coming through. This very brushy, expressive, painterly style, a lot of this kind of X's and O kind of patterning, right? The way that you've painted this, how would you like, what is the name of this type of pattern? There's a name for it, just escapes me. But painting it essentially with these like blobs of paint, and for it to come out that way is kind of tricky, and it looks gorgeous. So it lacks accuracy, like in the, there's certainly lots of different ways people could paint this. Some people would paint this and spend 4 hours carefully painting this and painting all the little squares within. So to paint this in a much more aggressive painterly way takes a lot more confidence. And it's interesting because earlier when you posted this Helen Galloway McNichol painting, you talk about her like, I'm still learning Impressionism, as if like it's so hard, I'm not quite there yet. And I think like, what? Are you kidding me? You're nailing it. Like first of all, that's great. You did her painting really, really well. But I can see that you're applying similar sort of strategies in these other paintings. Like, look how confident those brushstrokes are. Are you kidding me? That's great. The reflections on that cherry. Oh, there's Randy in the chat there. I'm still with you. I've been sick since July. I have been in and out of the live shows. That's awesome, Randy. Great to see you in the chat. I hope you're doing a little bit better, and looking forward to seeing some more of your drawings soon. That's beautiful. I love the ability that you've got to create that bokeh effect, or bokeh, in photography, where the background is a little bit blurry. For those of you who haven't taken my free photography class here on YouTube, you may be more familiar with, let's say, the portrait mode on your iPhone or Android phone, where it kind of makes the background artificially blurry to make it look like a photograph. So these are beautiful. So in order to do that, it takes a little bit of practice, right? I mean, look at this. Are you kidding me? Especially from a little bit further away, you look at that and you're like, wow, that's a beautiful photo. It's not a photo. It's a painting. Whoa. That is really cool. Great job. Yeah, that's Ari. That's incredible work. You should feel pretty pumped about that. Great. So what's really exciting is I can really feel a style coming through here. And maybe this is just you're exploring techniques, and maybe, you know, a couple months from now you'll be doing cubist painting and more geometrical kind of stuff. Who knows? But I think you're covering a lot of ground. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what to say here. These are excellent. So this is the kind of thing, again, I know I said it earlier, but if any of you were in art school, your teachers would just tell you, these are great. Make 100 of these. These are awesome. Because after 100 of these, not only would you have like probably 60 of them that you could easily sell and have an art exhibition, but you would be so much better than you were when you started. So if you think these are great, Ari, if you did 100 more apples and bowls of fruit and stuff, you know, by the end, I'd be able just to go on vacation and let you teach these classes for a couple of months. Because these are great. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's kind of nice also seeing in like a painting like this where we've got a little bit of a variety of these paint strokes. So in the background we see some really wild, fast brush strokes, versus in the foreground the brush strokes are a little bit more finer, less less wild. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I want the background to be even more precise, or I mean, there's something about these brushstrokes on the right in particular that really leap off the page to me. I think it's because of the contrast of the white and the black and things, which I think might be pulling a little bit too much of our attention to the background. You know, generally the background, you know, we often think of, we use background as kind of a derisive, negatory term, dismissive. Oh, it's in the background. Forget about it. But there is a little bit of truth as the stuff in the background is generally there to support the foreground, right? You know, if you think of like an opera, right? You might have the singer, the main tenor, right? And then you have people in the background who are also pretty good, but their goal is to make the star shine. And, you know, if it's like if someone in the background, you see them, I don't know, always fidgeting and doing something, you know, you're trying to watch the singer, but you're like, what is that guy doing there? What is that guy's? So there's a little bit of this where I feel like these brush strokes in the background are kind of like, hey, over here. Yeah, I know there's some pretty cool pears and grapes there, but look at me, please. Right? So I feel like these guys, it's not even necessarily the white. I think it's just the brush strokes are just too big and noticeable. Whereas like even the foreground, they're playing kind of nicely. Anyway, just a tiny little thing. I'm grasping at straws here, trying to find stuff that I can advise you on. Okay, that's wild. I was gonna say this. I thought this was a donut for a second, but it's what kind? It's like that, like a peach, right? I've never actually had one of those. I see them in the grocery store. Sometimes I think about buying one, but I never know if I know how to get a proper ripe one would be. Brian says, "Welp, I must go. Thank you, Michael, and everyone so much for your input, kind encouragement, confidence. Good night, and have a wonderful day." Good night, Brian. I can't believe you stuck around for so long. Thank you so much. Great to see your work in the live stream today. I can't wait to see more of your great work. Great job. Thanks for taking that leap today. Yeah, this is great too, Ari. I like how you've got kind of more horizontal brush strokes for the kind of underneath the cherries, and then as we kind of go behind them, they go up, and that emphasizes these two different planes that we've got. You know, one surface here and then one surface up, so that's like the back wall and the table. It feels like I'm trying to rub my... How's this? So this one's going this way and this one's going up. If you try doing that, you just sit in front of your computer, try to do this. Make this hand go back and forth and this hand go up and down. This is impossible. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Beautiful. There is something... I love this. I love all the colors in here. I'm just, again, trying to be nitpicky. About this, something on this edge of the cup is troubling me. I think... What is it? What's going on here? Okay, I think I figured it. Okay, so essentially, if we're seeing this much of the top of the mug, the bottom of this mug would actually have even more of a curve to it because we're seeing it from above. But if we put more curve on here, it's not going to sit nicely on these books. So I can see what you've done here. I think you started with this down here, and then you wanted to show us the top of this mug. But I think actually the top of this mug we would see less of that opening. Because these curves... Okay, let me just see if I can tease the logic out of this image here. Okay, so let's imagine so you've got so let's just imagine this is a vanishing point here. So we've got and then we've got this mug. So I'm going to put this mug right on here, right on the corner. Imagine that circle, but we'll build this up as a box. So I don't know if this makes any sense. Essentially, the top of this mug is going to have the curve at the bottom is going to be different than this, right? See how this has a bigger oval shape while that has a smaller oval shape? Whereas in yours, it's almost the opposite. In fact, let me see if I can draw what you've got here. You've got I don't think I'm doing a very good job illustrating it. This is a very narrow opening, whereas this one is much wider. So essentially, I think if we were to build this cup in real life and look at it from another angle, right? This is the handle. Instead of it being like this with a flat top on bottom, it looks kind of like the top of this mug is angled towards us, right? So if we're looking at it, if our eyes are right here, looking at it, does that make any sense? I think maybe it's because I'm just drawing it too small. I'll just try to draw it again here. There. I think this is, to me, that's what this mug looks like, and that's what I think it should be instead. So these are kind of reversed. You want the top of the mug to have a very narrow opening and the bottom to have a wider quality. I think this would be pretty tricky to fix in your painting. The only way I think to fix it would be to almost make the opening on the top of the mug like just barely visible, right? So that we just have this very narrow opening. Anyway, I'm nitpicking. You've done masterpieces. Everything else is a masterpiece. I don't know what else to say. Like, look, you can pull this off. You know what you're doing. You're doing awesome. These are all home runs. Great job, Ari. That's beautiful too. Okay, I'm gonna move on because those are great, but let's keep this train a running. Okay, so Barbara, these horses, is after Sir Alfred Munning's Suffolk Punch Mare and Foal in Spring Meadow. Sir Alfred Munning's Suffolk Punch Mare and Foal in Spring Meadow. Say that. That's a bit of a mouthful too. Suffolk Punch Mare and Foal in Spring Meadow. Ugh. I think you said something about, like, you know, the background's a little bit too impressionist. I think this is just gorgeous, Barbara. My goodness. Holy smokes. Are you kidding me? Rock Zombie says, these people are so talented. Wow. Well, keep in mind, if you were, and you can go back and watch these feedback sessions, go back and watch one from like 3 years ago and just see what Barbara did 3 years ago, and then you'd be like, oh, wow, okay, she really has improved, right? Because that's pretty much all of the great stuff that you see here is just people who've been painting and drawing with me for years. And then all of a sudden you do these paintings where people go like, wow, she's so talented. But if you were to ask Barbara a couple years ago how she felt, she'd be like, well, there's still so much to go. I'm still so far behind. And I bet you Barbara herself would never have thought she would have been able to make a painting like this 3 years ago. And it's just hard work, just practicing, lots of failing, lots of mistakes, lots of frustration, lots of times where you just feel like giving up, and then it starts clicking and you start hitting these home runs, and people chime in the chat and say great things like Rock Zombie there. So, but this is beautiful. I don't know, what can I say? I think Fuzzy Hebrew says the perspective on the full is spot on. Yeah, I mean, my goodness. I guess this is based on somebody else's painting. So that certainly helps. I don't know the original artwork this is based on. I know we could look it up right now, but I'm kind of more interested in just embracing this painting as Barbara has done it, and I think it looks really cool. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to move on because I think this is a home run. I mean, okay, well, maybe one thing I could say is there is this little bit of this teal, this blue that's poking through the trees. So that gives us a sense that, like, the sky is this bright blue sky. But when we look at the sky on its own, it's much more muted, right? There's a lot more white in the sky. And so it is different than the way the sky is appearing through the trees. Now, sometimes that actually happens. I would say, though, that maybe that sky could be you could use a little bit more of this color, maybe just do a little bit of a glaze over top with that color, just to punch up the sky a bit more. I mean, I can almost imagine maybe you had it like that and we're like, oh, it's too saturated, so I'm going to calm it down. I feel like maybe you went a little bit too far. I think it could be a little bit brighter still, but that's amazing, Barbara. Okay, this is Barbara's wall of my wall of dreams. I love how you called it the wall of dreams. That makes me so excited to hear that. So we see many of the paintings we've done in class, as well as other ones that you've done. These are great. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it makes me so excited. Is that the Sybil Andrews down there? Ooh, that's great. She's on the list, the never-ending list of things to do. Great. My favorite is the Seeds of Hope. Okay, this Picasso. I am not aware of that Picasso painting. That's your favorite of all the things you did, Barbara? That's your favorite? I don't know. I mean, it is cool, but I think some of these other ones, like Van Gogh's irises, are you kidding me? Or Arthur Lismer, George O'Keeffe, Emily Carr. I mean, these are great. And then this is cool too. Barbara's like, these are my Christmas cards that I made, but ran out of time, so I'm gonna mail them for next year. I mean, well, you're just thinking that it's not that you're late. You're just really, really ahead of schedule this year. You're doing exceptional planning for Christmas 2025. Right? Oh, these are great. I mean, these are the kind of things, Barbara, that when you mail these off and people receive them, first of all, I think, as we all know, we get fewer and fewer letters and cards, even at Christmas time, than we ever used to. These are the kind of things that people are going to keep for the rest of their lives. Like, what kind of monster would throw away a handmade Christmas card of this quality, right? I mean, yeah, this is the kind of thing that you mail, and then 5 years later you go to visit, and they're like, look, we still have your Christmas card right here, even though it's July. We got it on top of the fridge, right? Because they're just like, that's the coolest thing. So, Barbara, that's very inspiring. It reminds me, I literally have a note here. My daughter and I are making Valentine's Day cards for everyone in her class. We're just going to use potato stamps and make it. I often actually film almost everything my daughter does at all, whether she's brushing her teeth or whatever. I'm obsessed. But when we do little crafts together, I film them all. I intend one day to edit them together. It's just one of those things, making crafts with my daughter and stuff, it's a little bit hit and miss, and sometimes things end very abruptly, and she's like, okay, I'm done, I'm gone, and so it just makes it harder to do a live stream with those kinds of things, but it's on the list of things to do, which is a scroll that it's an infinite scroll that, but first world problems, right? I mean, I am blessed that I have so many things that I want to do and that I'm look forward to doing and want to do. Versus there's lots of people who can't think of anything to do, and that's why I think creativity, or unleashing your own creativity, is such a positive thing, because there's people who, the vast majority of people, don't feel they have that within them, and so they just end up, just their lives just tick away with. And they end up doing drugs and getting super depressed because they're not feeling like they're contributing to the world, right? Whereas creativity is a great way of helping to overcome that depression. There's nothing like making you feel like you've got value and use than literally creating something out of nothing. Okay, moving on from Barbara to Kathy, who I think has been following along patiently. I don't know if Kathy, are you still... Oh yeah, Kathy's still there. Okay, so we got lots of paintings by Kathy, so we're going to go through them. I'll go through them all together, and then we'll come back. Well, actually, there's not that many. I thought there was more of them. Oh, you know what it is? Because Kathy, a lot of the paintings you have done are in folders for upcoming episodes, right? So that's why we're not going to see so many right now. But anyway, there's Mondigliani. That's beautiful. Beatrix Potter. Wow. And that's version 1, version 2, and then these Tom Thompsons. And then is there more? And Deborah. These are Deborah. So Deborah and Kathy have been both painting cardinals? Is that what's going on here? These are yours, right, Kathy? Was there, I might have missed it. Was there a cardinal painting trend happening on Facebook group? Okay. So let's just start at the top here with your Van Gogh's bedroom. That's great. Anything I can say here? Not much. That's beautiful. Really nice job on that. Wow. A great way to spend time while the snow fell. Just love mixing colors and dabbling. Beautiful. Digliani. This is based on a Pinterest image, and then I found a better version after finishing it. Oh well. Hey, welcome to my world. How many times has that happened where, like, I've found, well, even just recently with the Van Dogen painting, found an image of the woman peering out behind the curtain, and I did the drawing, did research, must have dug around for hours trying to find, and then during the episode I find an image, and turns out the image I was working from was just a photo somebody took, and it had a big shadow at the top, which I thought was part of the painting, so it's in my painting. And so I don't know how many times that's happened where it's somehow those images don't pop up when you're looking for them. Only when the painting's done do you find, like, oh, that's the proper image I should have been using this whole time, of course. Oh, Kathy says the Cardinals was a tutorial from the Art Sherpa. Deb and I did the same one. The Cardinal. Okay. Yes, and unfortunately the Art Sherpa passed away recently too, so that's kind of sad. Art Sherpa was a YouTuber like myself who was teaching painting classes and did great stuff. I know that there's many of you who are watching the Art Sherpa's channel and doing some of her projects. But the good thing about that is she had quite the impact on the world around her, right? So many people learned how to paint from her, so I think we're all very fortunate for her contributions. Wherever you are, thank you. Beautiful job. Okay, so maybe I'll just say that's really beautiful, Kathy. I don't know what can I say here. Do you feel maybe those little brush strokes on her forehead? Maybe. I don't know. I was gonna say maybe they don't need to be there, but maybe they're okay. This Beatrix Potter, that's great. Excellent. I feel like I remember working on this one, spending way too much time on the background. And then probably Paula was like, move on to the rest of the painting, Michael. I'm like, yes, okay, Paula, yes, I'm sorry. I just sometimes get obsessed with the background. And then these Tom Thompsons. Wow, that's great. I love this. So this is the original sketch that Tom did, and then there's the kind of more refined version that he created back in his Toronto studio when he returned from Algonquin Park. I think these are from Algonquin. I can't remember. I should know since I'm making a graphic novel about him, but what's to say that I guess one of the things just for other people just watching, leaving this amount of not empty space, little gaps between shapes takes a surprising amount of restraint, right? I think most of us we feel an intuitive need to cover those spaces, which is what Tom did when he got back and he made a much larger version of that sketch into this one here, which is the one that's far more well known, and the one that's I think this is either in the Ontario Art Gallery or the National Gallery of Canada collection. It's the one that's more widely reproduced. But personally, I've always felt like the Tom sketches are where it's really at, because they're just so there's a vitality to them, a feeling of spontaneity, energy. like you whenever I look at these paintings, I just kind of feel like I am sitting in the canoe with Tom, just sort of looking over her shoulder like, oh, that's cool. Or you're sitting on a log, right? And he's the great artist and you're the guy just around for, you know, sharpening sticks for marshmallows or something. You're like, oh my goodness, that's amazing. Ah, I just cut myself. Right? That's yeah, so I encourage anybody who might be interested in these works to try painting both of them. And I think, I can't remember if I did this in 2 separate episodes or 1 episode, but I think it's a really great lesson in first of all, just like sketching in terms of painting and just getting an idea out, right? And then potentially going back and refining it and just seeing what the differences between those 2 different modes of creation are like. But there's plenty of artists, probably most famously somebody like Matisse, who as he grew older made more and more paintings just like this, that he wanted to create paintings that are, I don't know, in this state of like arrested development or something, kind of this early fetal stage where everything hasn't been all resolved yet. And while I would say the vast majority of people much prefer these more refined paintings by Tom, I think if you ask most artists probably prefer these ones because they're much closer to the creative moment, the moment of inspiration where he was like, boom, I'm painting that, right? And you're right in that moment where he's wrestling with the picture and the composition and the colors and the weather's changing, and you know the sunlight is going or rising. It's either getting colder or hotter, or more hot, as my mother would correct me, right? It's getting, is it hotter? Or it's getting more hot. I apologize, Mom. I will always have poor grammar. Okay, and this one, Kat says, this was a quick little experiment I did. I had this image pop into my head last week while I was out for a walk. It's not quite right. That's great. That's cool. If that makes me so super excited, because the moment where you start to think and dream in paintings, well, now you're really screwed, because then that's all you start thinking about. It's just like, oh, I got this idea for a painting, and then it keeps you up at night, and then you got that sketchbook laying next to you, and you're waking up at 3 a.m. drawing, and then you're tired all day. It's a blessing and it's a curse, right? But that's pretty exciting. So, you know, if this, just thinking about this Tom painting, you know, is this the beginning of another painting? Would you, like Tom, take this and, you know, further articulate it into a larger, more quote-unquote complete painting? Or can you be satisfied with the idea in its in the midst of gestation, and while it's still kind of a little bit rough and unformed? That's the big question, right? Let's go back to these ones here that you did of the cardinal. And so this is the first version, and then I think you said there's something you didn't like about this branch in the foreground, so you removed it. I do think that was probably a smart idea. I do think that it did seem like it was taking up way too much real estate here in the bottom. And it was also kind of blocking our entrance into the painting. You know, it's like this big, it's like a fence. You're like, oh, I guess I'm not allowed into this painting. There's a little, you can kind of sneak around here through this little opening. Whereas this one, your second version feels like, oh, okay. the viewer is allowed right into the painting. I think about those sorts of things all the time. Is how does the viewer navigate inside the picture? And I know it's super kind of inside baseball. It's super, you know, geeky to think about things like that. But when I was in art school, I remember we would have these classes that would go on for like 6-7 hours talking about stuff like this. Oh, it's the kind of thing where, you know, it's super exciting when you're in the midst of it and everyone's like talking about it, and then you're like, okay, man, we haven't even had lunch yet. It's like 4 o'clock, and then you kind of walk out of the classroom in a daze, like, what just happened? We spent 7 hours talking about a tree branch. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's art school for you. Okay. Great job, Kathy. Super exciting again. So I know you've done a bunch of other paintings based on the master studies, and as always, they'll come up in future episodes. But obviously, very excited to see all the things that you've done recently. And so here's Deborah's version of the cardinal from the Art Sherpa. Beautiful. I do like what you've got going on here with these more subtle branches that have a lot more white, and they're much more they're just sort of fade into the background, and then we've got this branch in the foreground that is darker and more defined, so it leaps forward, right? And even like the I don't know what the berries that are on this tree, you know, they've got bright hard sharp reflections, which just again tells us that they're in focus, so we can see them very clearly. So that creates quite a lot of depth in this painting. I think that works really well, Deborah. Now let's see, what do we have here? Is that 2 different ones? What am I looking at here? Is this I'm gonna lose my mind. What? Is this the same painting? No, it's not, is it? Because this one doesn't have the texture in the background. Kathy says, I'm much happier with the second card. I agree. Totally, Kathy. Well done. I think this is... Unless she... Huh. It's hard to No, they are different ones, right? Unless one is painted over the other one. I can't tell. I will say, though, that the goopiness of that paint, it looks like a palette knife painting, those scrapes across, there's something very sculptural, textural, sensual about them. I love texture in paintings. When I was in undergraduate school, I made a big deal of, I would literally sculpt the paint when it came off the edges, because that's still to this day one of my favorite things about paintings, is the side of the paintings. I think I've mentioned that before. And when you see me painting these things, I'm often painting the edges, because I'm an edge fanatic. When I go see paintings in museums, I'm always, if there's a painting on the wall, everyone else is looking at it like that, and I'm up there looking on the side, looking underneath, and then security comes over and is like, can I help you? Because I'm usually I'd say, well, I'm just trying to figure out how to steal it. To keep them on their toes. But it's because I'm just like, because usually on the edge is where you can see often like striations, or it's the stuff that artist sometimes doesn't want you to see, or doesn't want most people to see, but leaves it there for other artists to kind of, reverse engineer as to kind of, it's a clue into the creative process. It's a little wink to fellow artists, I think. So this is funny here. So I think this is might be the first version of this painting. Can't remember which, or maybe it was, no, it was this one, I think, because you submitted this one a few months ago, I think, Deborah. And so we talked about this one, and then I think you said you showed it to a few friends who were like, "That's amazing! Can you make one for me with my dog, my cat?" So then you made these other ones subsequent. They look great. I think they're getting better and better. I remember looking at this one and saying, I think those ears are a little bit too transparent, a little bit too light. I think they should be a little bit darker. And I know animal ears, like cats and stuff, light's coming through, they'll kind of glow a little bit. I do think, though, they're a little bit, I think they could be just a little bit darker. But either way, the rest of the composition is great. That's beautiful too. I love this cat. The white hair, that's really nice. This other cat, that's beautiful. And then I think this is a dog. So I had to do, one thing with this one, I had to do a little bit of a double take, is that when I first saw this, I saw this as an eye, like a big cartoon bulging eye coming out. And then I was like, well, that would be really weird for Deborah to do that. And then I realized, oh, that's probably the dog's snout, and this is like the ear over top of it. So once I saw that, I'm like, oh, okay, I see what that is. But then I can't help but see this big eye with that's the iris, you know, the black and the pupil right on the tip there, and then every time I look at that, it makes it look like there's this eye that's looking at, like, woo. I mean, it's not a big deal. I think in some ways it's very funny, and sometimes artists, even if there is that confusion, kind of leave that in because they think it's hilarious. I don't know. I think one reason why that doesn't, I feel like it's because let's we zoom in. I would say this dog's snout would be more likely to be, let's say this is this black here, black ear, would be more like this, that this bottom of the jaw would be there, and then the nose would be here. Because as opposed to what it looks like to me, it's more like this. Which is feels like the head is rotating towards me, whereas that feels like it's pointing away from me. Does that make sense? I think it's this curving line. It feels like it's curving up. You got this. Like I think I see what you're trying to do, but it's just that little bit of minor confusion. Not a big deal. I think it's great painting, especially the outside the window, these drips or humidity on the inside of the window, and then the fabric, all that's great. Just a tiny little thing that I can't, once I saw it, it's hard for me to ignore. Okay, moving on here. Derek. This is my first post. I've been painting with Michael, but was too shy to share anything. Oh, and then I loved what you wrote here. This is from a longer post, but I think you said something like, I got emotional when I was painting this painting because I felt the effort of Van Gogh to try to keep his place clean and organized despite dealing with mental health struggles. And I was just like, oh my goodness, I get that. Oh my goodness. I'd never seen the painting in the way that you talked about it. Because, you know, at this stage of Van Gogh's life, it's, well, I mean, he literally, he made this painting, I think he would have made this painting shortly before Paul Gauguin moved into this place with him, not maybe in this same bedroom, but moved into this is the yellow house in Arles that Van Gogh was hoping to turn into this artist colony. And so I think Van Gogh was just full of enthusiasm and excitement. But as we know, Gauguin came, they did relatively well for a short period of time, and then they had some big arguments, the last of which Gauguin left, and then Van Gogh cut his ear off because he felt like he had just destroyed this friendship, and his goal of this art colony had collapsed, and was super distraught. And so this kind of painting comes at this kind of pivotal time in Van Gogh's career, which really only lasted like 6 years. And so I don't know how, I'm sure, considering about maybe 6-7 months after he makes his painting is when he cuts his ear off. So clearly things were bubbling under the surface. I don't know if at this stage of his life he was maybe at least aware of some of those struggles, but I do feel like, you know, when you mention it, I was like, man, there's probably, I can kind of, I get that. There's probably this guy who's like, man, just like, man, nothing's going my way, but I've got this vision. Okay, this is my thing. This is my last. Okay, I'm gonna put all my chips into this one thing. Life has always been a bit of a struggle, but I think I finally figured it out. This is what I need to do. I'm gonna start this art colony. I'm gonna get like the most famous artist that I know. He's gonna come. We're gonna make great things together, and we're all gonna be super famous and rich, and the rocket is heading to the moon. This is like, and then everything falls apart. Wasn't the end of Van Gogh's story. There's still a few years to go after this, but it's kind of like the beginning of the end. Whether Van Gogh knew it, probably obviously didn't know it at the time, but yeah, I just totally identify with what you said there, Derek, about just, you know, this guy who's kind of holding it together, and he's just like, if I can make my room nice and clean, if I can keep things all organized and keep my, you know, all the socks off the floor, I can feel really good and positive. And Van Gogh wrote about all of this in his journals and his letters to, or not journals, but I don't know if Van Gogh kept a journal, but he certainly wrote a letter or more every day to his brother Theo. So he talks about all that kind of stuff about like, he talks about struggling and, and about depression, about bouts, these bouts of depression, or I can't remember the way he words it, like a kind of like a storm or a fog that would come over him that would make it very difficult for him to work, but he's fighting against those kind of forces. So yeah, very beautiful thing that you talked about there, Derek, that I really wanted to highlight. And great job on the painting, which is probably what you're most interested to hear what I have to say about it. So let me just see if there's anything I can say. I think it looks great. I mean, I think there could be a few areas where there could be a little bit more precision. So for instance, little areas, like let's say you painted this blue, I think you could go back with that brown and just put that brown back over that blue. And maybe not in every place, like here, just clean those little edges up. On this bedpost, a little bit more of that yellow on top. Same thing on the window. You don't have to do it everywhere, but sometimes those little I would say those are like your finishing touches. Like whenever I'm doing these episodes and that finishing touch comes up, that's usually what that's at least the plan is I'm going around like, where can I just clean it up a little bit? And sometimes those kinds of things, especially in the background, can be kind of nice, because those are just things off in the background. They don't need a lot of detail, and sometimes cleaning those up draws too much attention to them, so sometimes you want them to be a little bit messier in the background. Here's your version of Marcel Duchamp and Elsa von Freytag-Laringhoven. So this is Duchamp's urinal, and what did Freytag-Laringhoven call this? I think this was untitled, right? I think I'm trying to remember. I should know this because it was one of the paintings. I probably spent 8 hours working on this painting. I really love that you did both of these side by side, which was the intent of my intent, was to feature them side by side and create a level of equivalency between these two artists, particularly because many people believe that Duchamp basically stole the idea of the ready-made from Freytag-Laringhoven. Since been more recent research that suggests that's maybe not quite the case, but at the very least, she's been an artist who's been grossly overlooked throughout art history. Whether she beat Duchamp to the punch or not is something I don't think we'll ever be able to know with certainty. But that doesn't mean that she, even if she wasn't the true originator of the so-called ready-made, it still means that she did great work, and she's been kind of generally overlooked, and was at the very least working on a parallel track with Marcel Duchamp, who's considered by many people to be one of the most important artists of the 20th century. And for better or worse, some people think of him as like the Antichrist who destroyed art by doing things like exhibiting a urinal in an art gallery. So maybe that's not the mantle she would want, right? I don't know. We'll never know. This Yoko Ono. Okay, so I'm trying. Did you use tape to do this one? Looks. Or maybe there's some tape. I can't tell. It looks like some of those lines are pretty sharp. They must have used some tape. But it looks like there's also some difficulty, and you've gone back in and tried to fix some of those areas. If either way, the fact that you tried using tape, regardless of how successful it is still a step forward as far as I'm concerned, right? Just trying it, and it takes. This is one of those things. Tape. I've done it. I'm generally surprised at how well the results turn out. Because it's a little bit of hit and miss, and then every time I start to feel like, I kind of got this, they're looking great. Then if you remember the George O'Keeffe cow's skull, is it the cow's? No, cow's bull's skull, I think it was, that went terribly wrong. Was one of the most go watch that episode. You can, if you want to, if you've always thought like Michael's so level-headed, things always go so well for him, watch that episode just to see me kind of melting down as the painting just falls off the rails. So yeah, that George O'Keeffe painting where the tape kept peeling parts of the painting off that I didn't want to. Sometimes it happens, right? Great job, Derek. And you got here this Van Gogh. Beautiful. Look at that. Wow. So these are so good, Derek. So I'm so excited to see that you're painting and you're posting your works here. That should be very encouraging for other people who've been a little bit afraid to post their work. Emily. Now, this is cool because Emily's done some good old-fashioned paintings on paper with paint, and then some digital drawings. So here's her version of Beatrix Potter, or Beatrix Potter's Peter Rabbit. We did a couple of Beatrix Potter paintings of Peter Rabbit. That looks great. I don't know what I offer here. One thing, this is actually closer to the original. The original drawing is a black and white drawing that she made. I added a background into it that wasn't actually there, just to kind of add a little bit of extra kind of something in the background, whereas you've just gone back to the original and just kind of added this little bit of watercolor around here. That's really beautiful. I like that. And I think this whole painting must be watercolor. Maybe it's gouache, maybe? Well, maybe, no, it looks like it's mostly watercolor. Ooh, look at this. This Anne Douglas Savage painting? Or Anne Savage painting? So this is an early one we did. This might even be before the Master Study series, I think. That's great. Yeah, totally, I agree. Captivated by the colors. That icy blue is just gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah, beautiful. So it's cool that you did that, and then we're going to look at some of your digital drawings that you've done. I think, is that this, or is that? I'm pretty sure this is done, or maybe not. Maybe this is not on the iPad. This is iPad for sure. That's iPad for sure. That's iPad for sure. So is this, I don't know. Is this, I think, that's usually a pretty good sign. If you can't tell whether an artwork is digital or not, there's like a luminosity to this painting that I like a lot. Those colors, those teals and purples are beautiful. Either way, I think you've done it. This is pretty successful. That's great. And then I think you've done, these digital drawings are really cool too. Okay, so maybe this, okay, that one might be digital, and that one might be on paper. I didn't realize there was, so that's definitely digital. That one might be by old-fashioned analog. Either way, Emily, these are really cool. Very excited to see what you've been up to. And it's very cool that you're trying different tools and maybe even incorporating the digital tools, and that might help you learn how to paint and vice versa, that there's kind of the cyclical kind of quality here where they can feed one another. And you know, I haven't myself, but I certainly know lots of other artists, painters, friends of mine who will take like a sketch, scan it into the computer, photograph it, bring it into like the Procreate on the iPad, and then just color it on the iPad, and then and that way you can play with different colors and layers, and then when you get kind of pretty happy with it, then go back and make a painting using that as a reference to help you kind of sort out the composition and the colors. Nothing wrong with doing that at all, right? It's just a different tool, and whatever tool you can use to help make better art, do it. Absolutely. Okay, we got a couple from Heidi. Oh, I guess I should have put this with the drawings. I missed that. I think Heidi was talking about I was gifted or some figure drawing classes And so these are the drawings Heidi made in the figure drawing class. These look great, especially if this is the first time you've ever drawn a person, like a model in real time, in person, like you're in the studio working from. There's a level of urgency to that can be pretty intimidating, pretty scary, and but is also, I think, kind of exciting. It really feels like I always think of kind of performative theatrical component to it, where you really feel like you're on stage. I mean, there's the model who's might be on a stage or a platform, but even as the artist, you kind of feel like you're acting, you're performing, because but maybe you're the only audience. Because you're working so quickly, and it really feels like this is your one shot. You got to do it before that person moves. Which is one of the reasons I love doing figure drawing and teaching figure drawing. This painting is so beautiful. Here's a surprise present I brought to a friend's birthday party today. It's of her 17-year-old adopted cat, painted from a photograph I took while house sitting. That's cool. That, I'm sure that person, that friend of yours, was just, their mind probably exploded when they opened this and like, what? You made a painting of my cat? Especially the fact that this cat is 17 years old, which is getting up there for a cat, right? So, it's, you're thinking maybe this cat won't be around for much longer. And so to have that painting, it can act as like this, the legacy that person can look at for now till forever, and I think it's really beautiful, really spectacular. You mentioned something about the coloring being kind of confusing or difficult with the face. So I do feel, when I'm looking at this, there is something about the nose that is a little bit confusing, and so that might just be the patterning of the cat's face, but it does feel like maybe on one side of the nose it's much darker. I've seen all the paintings. You've been doing amazing paintings for years with us now, Heidi, so I have no reason to doubt that what you've painted here is probably very accurate to the way the cat actually looked. And that can be one of those tricky things, is when maybe somebody has a feature, like, for instance, like I've drawn people with broken noses, whose noses are kind of like wildly out of joint. Those sometimes can be some of the most difficult things to do, because it kind of, people look at it like, I don't know, is just me or something wrong with that nose? It kind of looks like he goofed up on the nose, and it's like, no, that's kind of like what the guy looked like. People are like, oh, well, I don't know, is it that bad? And you're like, it's actually kind of worse. I tried to kind of do my best. That's one of those things artists always struggle with, is things where, because it does feel like the dark area kind of contradicts, like it kind of comes up and over the nose somehow. I'm obviously nitpicking, because I think this is a gorgeous painting. Very cool. And it's kind of neat that the cat is kind of poking out from behind, the wall or the curtain or something, which is, very typical of a lot of cats, are kind of a little bit reticent of people, and they kind of hide and they kind of sneak around until they're confident or feel safe enough to kind of approach, or they're hunting, which they often do, right? Fuzzy Huber says, I'm the artist. That one is painted on canvas. So are we talking about Fuzzy Huber? Which one are we? Are we talking about these ones? I'm not sure I know. Are you talking about this one here? Of the icebergs? Is that you, Fuzzy Hebrew? I'm not sure I know which one we're talking about here. Oh, okay, I gotta move faster here. I said it's 6 o'clock. We'd be done in about an hour and a half. It's 2.5 hours later, and I'm only halfway done the paintings. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let's look here. Jason. These paintings by Tom Thompson. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna zoom in because you can see his paintings. Says, I recently visited the Tom Thompson exhibit at the Beaverbrook Art Gallery. It was inspired by some of his studies. So there's the original, and there's your version. That's wild. Ooh, okay, there's the original. Ooh, these are great, Jason. Ooh. Wow. Excellent. Well, one little thing I'm noticing, I think, well, at least in the first and last one, is there's maybe a little bit heavy-handed with the white paint. You could see, like, in this painting by Tom here, the famous West Wind, there is white all over the place, like the white caps in the water and in the clouds. But look how kind of relatively small they are here, versus in here they're much larger. And yes, obviously, that painting the West Wind is a big painting, and you're painting on probably like a 8x10 or 9x12 piece of paper, 8.5 by 11, right? So the surface you're painting on is much smaller, and so it's harder to get those smaller brush strokes. But just kind of wanted to point that out. I mean, this painting is tricky. The West Wind, because of the level of detail in here and all of these colors, you know, to try to capture that on a smaller surface is tricky. I think you've done a pretty good job here. This one, though, I think has got to be my favorite one that you did here. You know, I mean, I'm a huge Tom Thompson fan. As I said, I'm making a graphic novel about him right now, but you know, you can see kind of how he's noodling around, and every brush stroke somehow is always in the right place. You've done a great job. The one thing I would say, though, is his painting kind of has a bit of like that fall vibe. You know, there's very little I mean, there is green, but it's a brownish green. Whereas your version has a bit more of a spring, summer kind of quality. With these kind of bright greens everywhere. Not a big deal. I mean, that's sometimes, you know, I'm the worst offender of that. I tend to always like really bright colors and infuse all my paintings with bright colors, and everything always seems like summer. But that's me. So I'm certainly not going to hold it against you or anything. But just, you know, if you're looking for like, why is my painting not quite like the original? I think it's probably because you've dialed the time back. Instead of like late September, it's mid-July in your painting, which is probably a much more pleasurable time to be in Algonquin Park, when it's kind of nice and sunny. And although that's in July of 1917 is when Tom died, so, you know, take that for what you will. Not quite such a nice time to be in Algonquin Park if you're Tom Thompson 100 years ago. And so same thing with this painting. As I mentioned before, There's a little heavy on the white in your painting. Like, look how we've got these tree branches here and that far shoreline in white, versus in his, they're much more muted. This is much more like a kind of a tan brown. And even in the background here, it's not white, it's kind of like a khaki brown. So what ends up happening is, because that white is so white, it draws our attention right to it. Or in the opposite way you can think of it, is it pulls that far shoreline right towards us, which I think you kind of want it to be a bit more subtle, so it sits in the background. I mean, it's a very minor little detail here, but it can play a role in, if you're like, why does the space in his painting feel deeper, more vast, whereas mine feels flatter? Well, it's when we use colors like that are both in the background and the foreground. There's an equivalency of them, so they feel like they're on the same plane. Versus if you have kind of like grays and a little bit of white in the background, it creates a sense of atmosphere in between things, right? So that the colors in the foreground are more saturated right out of the tube, or two colors out of the tube mixed with one another. So that's another way that we can see these trees in the foreground pop, because they're more saturated than the hillside and behind, which has a lot more gray and white in it. So there's a separation of those foreground and background elements. All in all, awesome job, Jason. Okay, Jennifer here has got a bunch, so let's take a look. Jennifer's kind of going through the catalog, and here's the Mary Pratt, the Henri Matisse. This is Starry Night, but I altered it to be in the city of Verlaris. I'm sad the city looks more like flowers in a field. Interesting. So these are supposed to be like buildings, I guess? Well, that's not such a bad thing. That's maybe a very poetic thing to say, oh, look, the city is transformed from a bustling city of smog and lights to a field of flowers. I don't know, is that such a bad thing? I mean, why does it, I guess the question is, why does it look that way? What have I done to create that confusion? Because again, some people might say that's kind of beautiful, it's very poetic. Well, I think there could be a sense of scale could be a problem. Because, we see this balcony up here. I think that's, maybe this is a building, I'm supposing, in this balcony. And then so the area around here, could look like this is just a little meandering creek that comes right up next to the building. And looks like the creek is, I could just step right over it, right? But I'm assuming that this is like a little bridge, right? So instead, it's not clear that that's an actual bridge that cars and people can drive across. So it could just be a stick or twig that's floating down the river that just got caught sideways like that. So how do we fix that is the question. What can we do to give a stronger sense of scale in this picture? Well, something has to happen with this building here. Like, it's not clear to me what vantage point we're looking at here. Like, where is the viewer right now? Is the viewer... like... Okay, so you have this... Is this like the balcony? Are you standing on a balcony? And then you look to the left and you see another balcony from the people in the Airbnb next to you or something, right? In which case, maybe we should have a railing for our balcony here. That might make us feel like we're higher up and we're looking down. Because generally, if something is far down like that, you want a railing so you don't fall off and roll down that hill. So I need some kind of context. The other thing is well, I don't really see any geometric angular structures down here. They're all just like little dabs of paint. So yeah, they do look like little flowers. It's not like I see a couple buildings that are rising up higher than the others. I don't see smokestacks or chimneys with smoke coming out of them, or cars or street lights. So there's like a great deal of detail that's missing here. If you want people to see this as a busy, bustling street, right? You know, if there was a little boat, a little sailboat in here. Just imagine putting a little sailboat with a tiny little mast going here. Maybe there's 2 or 3 boats. Maybe there's some docks on the side. All of a sudden, that goes from like, oh my goodness, look how small that sailboat is. Whoa. That's a huge river. Oh, okay. And then that river would probably, you know, like the way it sort of disappears off of here, it feels like, it makes it feel like it's not, it should get much smaller. It should basically come to like a tiny point to make it feel like it's really far away. Because, I mean, unless, okay, so if this is a mountain way off in the distance and that river is that wide as it makes its final bend, well, then that means that the river, that this is like, that river is like, you know, the St. Lawrence or the Mississippi. Like, it is like a kilometer wide, right? That's a huge, wide river. So the fact that it's that wide right now makes it feel like, well, this is just like in someone's backyard. This is just a garden, right? This is just, yeah. So I think there's a number of things we can do here to get it closer to what you want. It doesn't bother me, but obviously it's something that was frustrating for you. You know, you literally say, I'm sad this city looks more like flowers. I don't know if that's something to be sad about. This is same Jennifer. Yes, okay. And then these ones, I don't know what these ones are about. That's pretty wild. You know, it's like these eyes are exploding with blood, or I don't know, these bleeding tears or something. That's pretty intense imagery. But it's also very beautiful. I love the subtlety of the nose and the mouth. That's pretty wild. Very expressive painterly brushstrokes here. The black background. I mean, so this is a very dark, kind of goth-like image, gothic. It feels very raw and emotional. Okay, so here's an example. So, okay, this painting, I feel this mountain rising up really high. And then this in the background does feel like a little city with all these little glowing lights down here. Right, so this gives me a great sense of scale. Right, it makes me feel like I'm climbing this mountain. I'm way up above the tree line, up into the cloud layer, and this is the city way off in the distance. You've kind of minimized it there, so that's very effective. So it tells me that you're able to do some of these things. You're finding some of these tricks. There's not, always coming. Not every painting is always going to be super successful. I think maybe reworking that Van Gogh until there's a way to make it work. maybe but I don't know what the source image is, so it's a little bit hard for me to help you on that one. Well, this is cool. These clouds in front of the mountain, or in front of the moon, I mean. I like that. Ooh, wow! Look at this. I guess ocean. The waves crashing into these big rocks and cliffs. So once again, if you wanted to kind of create the sense of scale here, imagine if we had a little car parked here with the headlights shining out into the darkness. Right, just one little car up here, or there's a little lighthouse with that's light beaming just as it turns around, or we have a boat here. Maybe it's sinking, I don't know, but that would be like, whoa, look at those cliffs. It's like the Great Cliffs of Dover. It's just go up and up and up, right? Or this could be, and on the opposite side of things, imagine there's the bottom of a beer bottle here, and there's a label, Budweiser or something. You're like, oh, so this is just like, this is just this very small little bit of water here. It's optical illusion, right? And think those are those Corona commercials really played on that, where it looks like we're looking at something very different, and then somebody puts that beer bottle in, and you're like, oh wow, this is totally different than I at least at first assumed. That's one of the great pleasures of those commercials. I think they've retired that ad campaign since. Okay, same thing. Beautiful job, Jennifer. So this has kind of got like a Bob Ross type of paint application here. This is the way that he would paint very, very, very quickly. Colors that are wet into wet, meaning they're going to smear together in this way. Painting these trees, possibly even with a palette knife and like a fan brush. Again, I'm nothing against Bob Ross. I probably wouldn't be doing what I'm doing if it wasn't for Bob Ross. And I've done a couple of episodes on Bob Ross, so I'm a big fan. I quote him all the time. I think this is great. I do like that the darkest area is right here at the bottom, because that pulls that forward. And so it really creates a good sense of depth. This water appears to kind of zigzag and then kind of go off the cliff at the very bottom. That's great. In many ways, it's a very simple composition, as many of Bob Ross's paintings are, but they're also obviously very effective, right? Eula. Great. So this is Philip Guston. After a very stressful summer, incredible semester abroad, I'm back in my painting station. Cool. So Philip Guston was a Canadian artist born in Montreal, but spent much of his time in Los Angeles and New York. These are, I think, 2 separate episodes we did on Philip Guston. I think 2. Did we do 2 or even 3? Maybe it was just the 2 Philip Guston episodes. I do love these paintings, though. They are very funny. For anybody wondering, yes, this is intended to be kind of like a KKK, Ku Klux Klan figure. But he was intending to kind of mock and ridicule these figures. He was very famous for using this motif and then ridiculing the KKK at a time when that was kind of, in the 50s, a little bit of a sketchy thing to do. But he basically was trying to kind of marry the idea of like a clown and the KKK together, which I don't know, if you think about current times we're living in right now, maybe there's somebody could bring a resurgence of Philip Guston's sort of approach to mocking hate groups. But yeah, I'm a huge Philip Guston fan. One of the great artists. Certainly one of the great Canadian artists that most people aren't even aware is Canadian. I don't know. Those are really fun paintings to make too. So if you're, and I think those paintings are pretty accessible for most people to do because of the rough way that he painted, the very loose way that he painted. That's awesome. Great job, Eula. Great to see you back at your painting station and making paintings and bringing that joy back into your life. Awesome. Here's Kathleen's. I'm working my way through a bunch of the beginner paintings. This is my favorite one so far. Awesome. We're going to a few more of these from you. I'm so excited to see this, what you're doing. Great. This is Sonia Delaney, yeah. And Vasily Kandinsky. Great. Man, if these are your first few paintings, I mean, maybe you've made other ones you're less happy with that you haven't posted, which is very typical. I think this bodes very, very well. Man, if this is where you're at right now, just imagine, like when we were looking at some of those paintings by some of the people that have been around in the group for a little bit longer, often people are like, oh, wow, I wish I could do that. That's exactly what those people thought and said in the chat 3 years ago. And I know 3 years sounds like, oh man, that's forever from now. But if you're painting, anybody who's done any painting knows how time flies. And before you know it, if you're making 1 or 2 paintings a month, those 3 years come very quickly, and the satisfaction of being able to be like, whoa, look what I've accomplished. Look how far I've come. There's nothing quite like that feeling. It's a very, very addictive feeling to feel and to see your own growth over a relatively short period of time. Okay, moving on here to Carrie. I made this simple painting on canvas, and then I added to it by drawing on top of it with my phone. What do you think? Do you like the natural or the combo version better? There's this. I noticed in the comments on the Facebook group, I think almost everybody, if not all people, preferred the original over the altered versions. Which, you know, I would agree with. I would say that I think partly why is the alterations or additions you made on the digital alterations are very they contrast dramatically with the painting or the image below, the original image. And so, for instance, I don't know if this is painted on white paper, but the photograph itself appears, you know, maybe the lighting isn't all that great, and so the paper kind of has this yellowy, kind of darker quality. And so as you alter it, like look how the white of this drawing feels very, very different than the original. Like they're not they're not what's to say, they're not I don't feel like they're playing very nicely with one another. They're not integrated well, that's the word. They're not integrated. Like it's very clearly that one thing is just kind of stuck on top like stickers. And so I think there's different ways to do this. One would be to, like, if you're using like a drawing app, is to sample the color of the background and then use that instead of white to paint. Or or do the opposite. Take this white, bring it back into the image and paint a little bit in her, put some highlights on her face, her nose, etc. So that they feel like that they've been woven together in some way rather than just stuck on top. Like I think I like where you're heading here, what you're trying to do. And I think this is maybe a step in the right direction. But I think it needs some more refining, more playing. Because I think what I see here is you're like, oh, what if I do this? And then what if I do that? And so that's the beginning of where this could go. And I will say that it is very encouraging to see you playing with these two different tools, the paint and then the digital paint. Because often it's from, I would say, the vast majority of people, and I say this is like, as you know, I teach at the main art school in Western Canada, and it's often, you know, I either have students that just work purely on, you know, in analog form with pencil on paper, canvas, and paint, or you have people who just want to draw on their iPad, and it's like this Herculean kind of thing to try to get people to just for 5 minutes try doing the opposite. You know, it's like, and yet those are usually where the breakthroughs happen, where, you know, people who only want to draw on the iPad, it's like, okay, well, at the very least, I want you to take some photographs or scan images of textures of paper or crumpled up paper or grass or leaves or water or clouds. Bring them into the background. Use them as like adjustment layers, and so that you have like some of those things kind of fading through, or you sample them and turn them into brushes. So bring the real world into your digital, or the opposite way. You know, getting people who only want to paint, it's like, okay, how about why don't we start with something digital? Whether it's a photograph or a drawing you create, then maybe print it out and paint on that printout, or do a photo transfer onto a canvas. Glue it onto a canvas and paint over top of that. Like, let's use these tools. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So even though I would say that, you know, the original is probably, again, what most people prefer, it is extremely encouraging to see that you're willing to do this to your painting. Because most people are like, whoa, I would never go there. I couldn't bear to defile my painting in this way. So that is very, very encouraging, that you're willing to experiment and do this on your own without, you know, anybody pushing you to do it, right? You might have felt like a little bit of discouragement because other people, everyone was like, "Ah, this is much better. Keep doing that." I think keep doing that, but also keep playing with this, and you might have a huge breakthrough. I'm sure you would if you kept playing around with these, and there's certainly, you know, no harm in doing that. If you make a painting and then you take a photograph of it and you want to share it with your friends when you go out for drinks or something, you know, while you're waiting for your friends to show up, there's lots of free apps that you can download and have on your phone, and just doodle around with your finger while you're in the I don't know, the waiting room of the pub while you're waiting outside, or while you're, I don't know, in the bathroom, you know, squeezing one out, right? You're like, oh, right, oh, I'm gonna okay, I've been standing on my feet talking about art for 5 hours now. You gotta let me, my mind starts to get a little bit silly. Okay, so let's move on here. I haven't seen any new comments in the chat for a while, so I hope, I don't know if everyone's just fell asleep or because, as I've heard, many people really love falling asleep to these videos. So, okay, so here's Steph's, this first version of this bridge. So this is, oh no, what? This is the third version. Okay, now I'm super confused. I thought this was the first. This one is the second. And here we go again. So now I'm totally confused. I was positive that that's the first version. Okay, because I spent like 20 minutes looking at this. Because if we look at some of these areas up here, we'll see that gets... We see it reappear here, so it's been painted out. And then if we look at this here, we can see that. So I'm convinced this is the third version. I'm not sure how I've maybe mistaken, but anyway, so here we start there. This is the second version. There's the third version, and then you say I've been asked to put an old truck on the bridge. Any ideas on how to do that? Okay, well, interesting. I wonder what the decision was for all these changes. Because I don't mind this painting. I don't mind this painting. And I don't mind that painting either. But this, I'm confused as to what is going on down here. What is this? Is that like a parking lot? Or is this like some kind of like barrier or a wall? It looks like it kind of slopes down, like it's like some kind of berm that comes up to prevent flooding. It's very strange because this feels kind of. Yeah, anyway, well, I'm just going to go to, I think, what's your third painting and try to answer the question. You want to put a truck on the bridge? Yeah, why not? Oh, it looks like there's those little cardinals appearing. I would also be inclined to have a little bit of this bridge just pop a little bit in between some of these branches. So just a little bit of the same kind of brownish gray just appearing in here. So it's not like the bridge just sort of appears, boom, like there's just trees, and then boof, here comes the bridge, and then boof, it disappears again. That it kind of, you know, it's just a little bit of it appearing, a little railing, as it disappears back into the trees. That, I think, would be one of the first things. The truck probably, you know, I would imagine would go probably close to the middle, or slightly off center. That's where I would put it. I don't know if you'd want it to be here. Oh, Heidi's still there in the chat. Okay, so there's still somebody there that's not asleep yet. That's good. Okay. I guess I also feel like the sky is there's a lot of empty space up here, and that's okay, but maybe the clouds need to be more defined. I kind of feel like I see these looks like rays that could be light from a sun poking out behind the clouds. There's just a bunch of empty, undefined space up there. Fuzzy Huber says, "Good night, great paintings all." But, you know, ultimately what I would suggest, though, is rather than taking the same painting and painting things out, adding things, painting things out, moving, I would just do another painting. That focusing on the same painting and working it is just going to kill that painting. And rarely, sometimes you can pull it off, and did great artists in the past do that? Yes, but that was because canvas and materials were extremely expensive and hard to come by. So it was a lot easier just to recycle a painting than build a whole new canvas. Now you can just go to the dollar store and buy a new canvas for $1 and start it over again, and I guarantee you, without a doubt, you can paint this painting not even twice as 3-4 times faster and immediately be 2 times better. So because each time you work on it, you're going to learn something, and then the great thing with that, instead of having one painting that's been overworked and we see remnants of things in the background, now you've got 3, 4, 5 versions of that painting side by side. And then you can feel like, well, I'm gonna try putting a truck in this one. I'm gonna put it right in the middle. In this one, I'm gonna put the truck just coming out from behind the bush. In this one, the truck's gonna be falling off the bridge and it's sinking in the water, and there's an ambulance there and a crane, right? Or you can be a lot more playful, because now you've got these other options and you don't have to feel like, oh, I don't know what to do with these ones. The way that, and I've said this many, many times before, what I tend to do whenever I'm making a painting is I'll work on usually about minimum 4 versions of the same painting at the same time. Like I got a little assembly line working here. And so I'll kind of I'll mix that paint, and I paint a little bit here, bring this one over, paint a little bit here, paint a little bit here, paint a little bit here. And then I go back, okay, mix a new color, and so on and so forth. And then I've got 4 paintings all kind of developing simultaneously. And then what it always happens is I'll get like one and I'm like, ooh, these look great right now. Maybe I should just stop. Well, what I do is I'll just go, okay, well, I'm just going to put this one aside, and now I'm going to work on these 3. And then I start working, and then I get to look, ooh, these are looking great. Okay, I'm going to set this one aside. And then I go, oh, well, that one I set aside earlier, oh, no, that one, that needs more work. And then I bring this one back into the rotation, and obviously it looks different because there's been several hours of painting not happening on it. But then I keep on going, I add some of those colors, so it starts going off in its own direction. But because it's now, I feel like pretty, it's like, well, I can do anything to that. This is now my test painting. I thought it was the best one, but now it's my test painting. Now I Godzilla stomping over the horizon or whatever. And so that's the way that I work all the time. I've been doing that for 20 years now. And what's so cool is after, maybe a couple days of painting, now I end up often with 4 similar compositions but different colors. And the great thing with that is that people who buy paintings, they love that kind of thing, because then they're, instead of just being like, well, which painting do I like? They're like, oh, I like this one. Oh, and there's 4 different versions. Which one do I want to buy? Ooh, do I want the one that's got a lot of purple, or the one that's got the red? Oh, but this one. There's those 2 people. They're not in the. Oh, it's so hard to decide. That's great when you've got people who can't decide which painting to buy. That's your best possible scenario, right? So you give those people like lots of options. Hi, he says, Michael, it's time for you to eat and take a break. It's been 5 hours. Yes, well, we're getting there. Well, only probably another 4 hours to go, and we'll be wrapping up. But I thank you for your concern, Heidi. I did. Like a hockey player, I packed in all the calories that I could burn during this session here. Hockey players are famous for eating 2 bowls of spaghetti, so they got all the carbs in, and they can. That's what I tell myself when I'm eating that 4th bowl of spaghetti. I'm like, oh, I'm packing it in, so when I do that live stream, I'll burn it off. Okay, so let's look at this other painting here by Steph. So there was a bit of a trend on the Facebook group at the turn of towards the end of the year of people saying, post your favorite painting from the year or look back. I think Richard was the one promoting that idea, which I love. I love it when people kind of take the initiative to do things like that. I was a little bit confused as I was putting together all these images. I'm like, okay, now I have to remember which one. I tried to make some distinctions, but we'll see. I'll probably repeat myself a few times here. But this is one that Kristen or Steph posted as having done previously, and I've spoken about already. So, but just celebrating that already. This is based on a Diego Rivera painting. I love this one. This is from a really large mural that's in Mexico City. If you haven't been to Mexico City, first of all, I love Mexico City. It's probably my favorite city in the world is Mexico City. Great art. The food is some of the best food on earth. Even if you don't like quote-unquote Mexican food, Mexico City is like New York City. You can get whatever you want there, right? So anyway, there's a museum dedicated to this giant mural of Diego Rivera's in the middle of Mexico City. This is just a small portion of it with Diego and Frida Kahlo and this the Day of the Dead figure here. This is also based on another Diego Rivera painting. So this, we did not do this painting, but this is kind of often seen as the complementary painting because we painted the little boy, but this was another painting. Probably Diego did at the same sort of time. I can't remember exactly how close your version is to the original, but it is beautiful. Harder than I thought it would be. Often it's the simple ones where you think like, oh yeah, I'll just knock this out, and then you're like, oh my goodness, hours later, like me, you're still working on it. Great job, Steph. Here's your George Seurat painting. Wow, that's cool. I love all that. I think you said something like didn't turn out the way you wanted, but you're happy with it. I think it looks great. I don't know what else, why you wouldn't be happy with that one. That's beautiful. Here's just playing with my paints, doodles. Wow. This is just you playing with your paints, hey? Just doodling around. I'm sure there's about 30, 40 people watching right now who are like, are you kidding me? You're just doodling when you're making a painting like that? This is like what I aspire to do. So that's pretty cool. I don't know what I can say to offer here. I think, it's putting this white outline around these flowers and the leaves is very effective on this very, very dark, it looks like a dark green or dark blue background. So I bet you this painting also probably looks really great when you dim the lights, or even if you turn the lights off in your room where this painting is. I'm sure it has a bit of like a glow effect to it. So I think that would probably be really cool to see in person. Wow. This is cool. This is a painting that Miriam Shapiro, we did this for Father's Day, I don't know how many years ago, probably 4 years ago. And you really went to town on this one. Yeah, I changed it a bit. I think you added a lot more color and details in here. I really like this painting. If I remember in that episode, I tried doing a collage, which may or may not have worked. I don't know. I certainly didn't finish that collage, and I just went into painting it. I think if I just spent my time painting it, it would have turned out as beautiful as your version. But that's cool. This totally, like, this is, I think the reason why I chose this image by Miriam Shapiro for Father's Day is it just really reminded me of me and my daughter, or my daughter and I, as my mother would correct me. Because this reminds me of my daughter just always wanting to run ahead, and she's super curious and just has such a wonderful joy of life. everything to her is just so cool and fascinating. She's always laughing and smiling. I'm just, yeah. Michael's proud daddy. We get it. We get it. Yes, 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 yes. But yeah, beautiful. Great job, Steph. And then this is a bridge. The bridge for my husband is done. Oh! Oh, okay. So okay. I'm such an idiot. I didn't even realize. Okay, so here's these. That's what this was building to. Oh, okay. So what a difference in scale, though, right? Like, okay, I thought this was a really big bridge. This is a tiny little creek. And this little kid fishing off the bridge. I still don't quite understand what this diagonal space is on the side. I think that's a little odd, but I don't mind it. I did kind of like I mean, I'm not saying you need to do anything to, but I did kind of like this little rocky beach that you had there. I thought that was kind of a neat little innovation. But, oh cool. I'm glad that the little fisher person there is cool. Yeah, great job. Wow, okay. Rock and roll. It's nice to see a painting finished and in a frame, and it leaving the studio, going up on the wall. That's the goal, right? Okay, moving right along here. We got May. May's got a few here. May's been... well, I don't know. Are these new ones, May, that you painted? Or was this from the prompt to share your favorite paintings? Because we did these a while ago. But I can't remember if you did these in real time with us before. But anyway, these are some oldie but goodies we did. This is a Picasso. I think we did this for International Day of Peace. This dove that Picasso did. This is The Woman Turned Right. And then this is Matisse. The original is a cutout. So I think in this episode I did both. What did I do here? I think I did a version using a cutout and glued stuff, and I think I also did one using tape. And so I applied tape and painted and peeled the tape off, etc. Looks like May has just maybe done the outline and then just painted in the shapes, which is totally fine. But just in case anyone's curious, you could certainly watch that episode and I show you how to kind of cut and glue things down to paper or canvas using paint, because acrylic paint is essentially like white glue with color in it. And again, it's oversimplification. Chemically they're a little bit different, but you can use acrylic paint to glue things. You may not want to build bookshelves or your house with leftover, if you run out of glue, instead of going to Home Depot, you may not want to build something that you're going to be walking on with acrylic paint, but you can certainly use it to glue things to your painting with, right? These are great. I love that particularly. That's really nice. Okay, Maria has done some Keith Haring versions. We did this. We did both of these, right? A few years ago. Or well, more than that, probably 5 years ago we did these. That looks great, though. Oops. What do I have to offer about all these? These look really great. These turned out exactly like we would want them to. Beautiful job. And then, so these ones are totally different. Okay, so these are by Nikki. I made these recently. Let me know your thoughts. If you like my style of work, do check out my Instagram. Okay, there's your Instagram in the top right corner there. These are really beautiful, Nikki. Really nice. Okay, so there's a few really beautiful things happening in this painting. And they really come down to the outlining, as far as I can see. And so, for instance, notice how Nikki's made, I think, a pretty smart decision to not outline in the background, these trees. So what that does, the lack of outlines gives a slightly blurry quality. I mean, they're not really blurry, but just less defined. Less, yeah, so they kind of recede into the background. And then notice how everything in the foreground has been outlined, right? And so that pulls them forward towards the viewer. These black outlines on the central figure really pull her closer, right? Because black in opposition to any other color is going to create quite a lot of contrast. And then I like the restraint of using this kind of gray, probably a Posca pen, to paint the this architectural flourish motif around here. I think that's very effective. And then we've got these cushions in the front, which is kind of funny to me. There's something, well, they're not necessary, and yet you've included them, which, yeah, there's something, and also they're not outlined either, so in a way they feel more like something in our space, like they're coming out into our world, kind of like inviting us to come and lay down on them and to kind of be in this space with this woman, which I think is very interesting. I might have outlined this, I don't know, candelabra and cushion and the mirror, maybe with gray or something, just to pull them into the same space as the central female protagonist here. Just because they're also undefined, I feel like they should be a little bit, they exist on the same plane as her, or same distance from the picture plane, so I think they should be outlined. But let's go to the next one. Ooh. So same thing. These are beautiful. Wow. So that's great. I think something about her hair being outlined in black and nothing else, that, I don't know. Because anytime you outline it, that's going to just leap forward. And so it kind of separates itself from the rest of her body. I kind of feel like if you're going to do that, you're kind of, I think you kind of now need to do that to the rest or most of her clothing. Otherwise, this thing looks like a big blob that's, like, if we think of a painting like a window, anytime you use black, black is like a bug on the window, right? It launches itself right in front of the viewer. So that's why I always say you got to be really careful how you use black and where you use it, and especially I highly discourage you from using it in the background. It needs to be mixed with white to make it gray. Otherwise, you're going to have something, a mountain in the background is going to just leap in front of everything else, which is very strange, right? Same sort of thing. If this tree is closer to us than this person, then it should maybe be outlined or dark, as black as her hair at least. Like maybe it's not outlined, but it's in a dark black. I don't know. Maybe there's some of the pathway is darker. Like, again, your black should be right here at the bottom. Maybe on this tree, bit on the pathway. Maybe on the sides of the path. And then, because she's halfway down the path, I probably would not have outlined her hair. I think that's the one thing that just I keep coming back to. Is it's just, it's in a different spatial plane than everything else in this picture, and yet I think we're being encouraged to believe that it's her hair, and that it's on top and adjacent to the fabric. So that's just my thinking on that anyway. Oh, I mean, again, I am just nitpicking because I look at this and think, dude, this could be like a cover of a best-selling novel, or a poster that people buy and frame and hang in their house. If we make a couple little tweaks, it could be a super iconic image. And we're so close. Same thing with this one. Both of these are super strong, Nikki. Really, really like how these turned out. So I'd be just interested to see how you resolve those things, my suggestions, and maybe you are able to because I think there is room for 10% improvement on there, and literally masterpiece. Okay, how many more we got? I think we got about 30 more paintings to go. And we've got, I think, about 20 of them by Pascal here. So let's look at these by Pascal, one of the most active members of our community too, which we're very fortunate to have. So here's, let's look through them together here. I think some of them we might have seen before, so I'm not sure which ones they are. There's Pascaline next. Okay. So, a couple things. Pascal has been on a Mondigliani kick, Amedeo Mondigliani. We did 3 Mondigliani painting episodes, or maybe in the October, November last year. And Pascal's been doing artwork inspired by Mondigliani for longer than that. And certainly was one of the reasons why I kind of bumped Mondigliani up a little bit closer, because I wanted to encourage that interest in that great artist. We'll see here. He has done a number of fully nude females, which he posted to the Facebook group, which I'm not showing here, just to keep these episodes about as family friendly as possible. Not that I have anything negative to say about the nude body, especially the female nude body. Again, in my day job, I teach figure drawing, amongst other things, at Emily Carr University here in Vancouver. So I'm, I think learning from the nude is that's. Not saying anything outrageously new is really, really important for artists, and the body is beautiful. Having said that, I want to, not everybody has the same sensibilities that I might have, and so I just want to be as sensitive as possible and make our community feel as inclusive as possible. So and then so anyway, that's just the way I feel about things, and to make this as, especially for newer viewers who might be a little bit more tender to nudity. Anyway, this is great, Pascal. That's great. I love this Francis Bacon. I've had Francis Bacon on the list of artists to do for years now, and still haven't found a way to incorporate him in, just like the 200 other planned episodes I've got. That's beautiful. I feel like we might have seen this one before, this recomposition of 3 Picassos. This is my largest painting of the time, so I feel like we saw this one, but it is pretty cool. I think these are relatively new, though. These he did a few based on Jean-Michel Basquiat. This one, and this one. These are great. It is really nice to see the variety of approaches and techniques that you're able to do Pascal. That you can do some that are super precise and take a lot of patience and time, and then you can go and do real wild paintings that are just goopy and messy, and I think that's very exciting. Like, that's beautiful. But I can really see why you like Modigliani so much, right? There's a kind of fearlessness to the way that he paints. That's beautiful. And then you also included this image showing a storage option for people who might not want to, or might be afraid of wasting paint. So a way of kind of organizing, categorizing your paints, using these kind of airtight containers. That works really well. There's lots of different ways that you can store your paints. The other option is just to use less paint when you're painting, so that you don't have lots of excess paint. I can also understand why you might want to mix up larger batches to have it left over. And maybe it's easier for me to say this, but I think one of the things, if you have to mix the same color over and over, you get better and better and better at doing it, right? So, again, it's easier for me to say because maybe I make it look a lot easier than it might be. I know it can be really difficult for people, especially when you're new, but the more that you force yourself to have to do those things, obviously the better you get, but you have to go through a lot of pain to get there. Stephanie says, it's the gray areas limestone. It's a real bridge in Allen County, Kansas. It was a challenge to paint a childhood memory through my husband's memory and one old picture on the internet. Ah, I see. The gray area is limestone. So it's like a limestone wall or something? Where were we? Yes, it's very, very strange that... I certainly, again, I don't mind the composition. It's just strange, right? Because the way it kind of just comes in on the angle. Like, I get that it might be based on a real location. I always just think sometimes you don't need to, unless it's a really iconic part that people wouldn't recognize that bridge without it. I think it could be. It doesn't necessarily, as far as I'm concerned, need to be there, but obviously I'm not familiar with that bridge, and so. But I appreciate you clarifying that. That's very cool. It is also super sweet that you've made that painting for your husband. I'm sure they must have been kind of pretty amazed to see that. I don't know if they saw the whole progress of the painting, but that's very cool. Okay, so Pascaline says, I visited the Cardiff Museum in Wales, and look who I found. There's Van Gogh. So then you said, well, of course, I had to make a sketch of it. Very cool. Wild. It's interesting how I feel like his eyes got bigger and darker and really intense. That's great. I'm a huge believer in bringing your sketchbook to a museum. Even if you go to a museum where there's lots of stuff, like I'm blessed to have had an opportunity to go to Paris a few times and to be able to visit the Louvre a few times, and some of those museums are so big that even if you were to spend like a week in Paris and go every day to the Louvre, you would still walk by stuff and miss rooms there that you hadn't seen. So, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of like going to like a buffet that's like a kilometer, mile long, right? You know, some people, their attitude would be to take one little scoop of everything, right? And so that they can taste one bite of everything on the buffet. My attitude is like, you know, maybe walk up and down real quick and then go back. You know what? I'm just gonna take a plate full of shrimp. You know, as much as like some of this other stuff looks pretty good, you know, that's, for me, that's kind of like what doing with sketchbook is. It's like, there's a lot of great stuff here, but you know what? I'm gonna have a little moment with this painting. It's just gonna be the two of us. We're gonna sit here, and I'm just gonna, you know, have this little conversation together where I'm gonna try to study it and be in total presence with it. And, you know, I sometimes, you know, after spending like 20 minutes or an hour doing a drawing, I am aware that that's 20 minutes or an hour I could have spent looking at the rest of the museum. But years later, when I'm looking at my sketchbook, I'm like, oh man, I'm so glad I did this drawing, because that drawing pulls me back right into that moment. Like, and I'm telling you, like, that's why drawing is such a powerful mnemonic device. Why it's so, like, because I can look at that drawing on my sketchbook and it's just a drawing of, let's say, a Van Gogh, but I can remember, oh, I remember this, that was the day that I found there was a hole in the bottom of my shoe and it was raining, and so my left foot was wet, and so I had to go back to the hostel to get a new pair of socks, but the hostel was, you know, closed from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So I went all that way, couldn't get in the hostel, so I went shopping for socks and got distracted, ended up in a pub, and that's where I met this hilarious guy, and then blah blah blah, you know, right? And yet it's just a drawing in my sketchbook of a Van Gogh. Doesn't, all that other stuff wasn't there, but that drawing, like, is like a time machine that pulls me back into that moment in a way that just a quick photograph on your smartphone could never do. That's awesome. Great job, Pascaline. Pratham has got a few, or just the one. I guess we were talking about your drawings earlier. Okay. So this is cool. An abstract painting using a split complementary color scheme. I'm still not very good with painting. What? That looks pretty good. What do you mean you're not good with painting? That's just a negative voice in your head that is telling you lies. That is not a voice you should listen to, at least very often. This looks great. I actually even like how the colors kind of bled out or overlapped one another. Like these, maybe you painted the red or the blue first, but since they kind of overlap, they create these darker areas. I love that kind of stuff. I think this is cool. Yeah, and it's very striking compositionally, right? Like, I mean, it is so striking that, you know, that could look like a really cool, like a flag, right? If you were to tell me this is the flag of some small micronation, right? I'd be like, oh, dude, that's a cool flag. I want to visit that. Like, let's see if we turn this to the right. Can you imagine? Don't you think? If that was a flag, I'd probably get that as a tattoo. I'm very proud to be from Wavenstein or wherever, you know. Anyway, great job, Pratham. I think you're doing great with color and painting, and you should do more of them. Let's see more of these things. Okay, now this will be, so Richard started this trend in the Facebook group of posting pictures of people's favorite artworks they've created over the last year or beyond, which I thought was a great idea. It has confused me a little bit, but first world problem, not upset at all, because I couldn't remember some of these. Did we talk about this one or not? So some people did put little things in there previously critiqued, which is helpful. And so we have, I think, talked about this one. This one was, we did, I don't know, probably 5 years ago. I did this as part of, I think this was a Paint the News episode to celebrate Tolkien Day or International Reading Day or something. Or I think maybe both of them happened on the same day. That's why I did this together. I think it turned out pretty cool. Again, what's interesting is, so he made this one in 2021. And if you've been following for a while, you will notice that in terms of what Richard can do now compared to what he did, I mean, this is a great painting, but is just like miles ahead of this, and this was already pretty good. But it just goes to show, if you kind of stick with it, what you can create. So that's kind of a good little baseline to work from. Here's another study of Arthur Lismer's from 2022. So he's encouraging more of these favorites. I think this one is much more recent. He's been on a kind of a Lawren Harris kick for a while. So that's his painting. This is just the same painting, but just photographed differently, I think. Is that what I remember? Yeah, one's just a little bit darker than the other. And then there's the original by Lawren Harris. Did I say Lismer before? I meant Lawren Harris. So there's the original, and then there's Richard's painting. I mean, pretty close, both in terms of color and composition and everything. But they are beautiful. What could I say here? Well, not much that I can offer, because I think you've done a fantastic job, Richard. So this is the slightly darker version. I agree, kind of. That's the problem. Photographing artwork is so difficult. I think it's super successful. I'm just trying to see. One thing I do notice is you can see that, I don't know if this is Imprimatura or he just put a brown ground underneath the foreground area. Well, maybe it's everywhere, or maybe just in the, well, maybe it is everywhere. I see little bits of brown in the sky as well. So that might just be like the plywood or wood that he was painting on. But he seems to have left more of it visible in the foreground. And that does help to kind of increase the space that makes these elements feel closer. Whereas maybe there's not quite as much of that in your painting. Just small details, so because in case you're wondering how you might go a little bit closer to his. Now that's beautiful. So this is Richard's version of another Lawren Harris painting. Wow. I mean, everything on the right is beautiful, but what's super powerful is the way that you captured that beautiful light tickling the surface of the water like that. That is just gorgeous. Wow. Excellent. Beautiful job. Oops. Let's bring that back up. Yeah. Gosh, that's so gorgeous. I love how that turned out. Beautiful colors, everything about it. Beautiful job, Richard. Here's another painting that Richard did a couple of years ago, based on another artist's work, but it's very cool. I love that. Here's, and I guess I don't even remember critiquing this one, but it looks pretty cool, by Cezanne. Richard did this one here. This is the Frederick Varley painting. I love this painting. I also really love how you painted this, Richard. I love it's almost like a, it feels closer to the way that he painted it, in which parts of this feel like really dry brushed. Like, I imagine when he painted it, he used a lot of like turpentine or something to get this really thin, kind of semi-transparent layers of paint. And so you captured that gorgeous, wow, beautiful job, Richard. And then Richard said, this is probably my first painting with Michael, the Alma Thomas. Wow. So this, I think this was maybe one of the first Master Study episodes we did. Great. Great job, Richard. Okay, there's keep on going here. So here's Autumn Rhythm. This is the work in progress. That's that early stage. Okay, so wait a second. So which one's which here? That's... Okay, is this... I think this is the original Lawren Harris. There's your step 1 and step 2. I'm pretty sure I got that right. Wow. So that's the original, and that's yours. Wow. Cool. I think I prefer yours, Richard, because those colors are just way more luminous. This one's pretty. It's also kind of dark and kind of gloomy, whereas yours, the colors just pop. And as I always say, I love my bright colors. So I think you mentioned something about the frame. You had an old frame that you touched up. That's also great too. A lot of people never bother framing their artwork. A frame literally separates an artwork from the world around it and says, this is special, this is important. And that's why you can even just take a drawing that a child made, instead of just posting it on their fridge, which is not, I mean, that's good. I encourage you to do that. But if you take that and just buy a cheap frame from the dollar store, put that drawing in, put that on the wall, people will come up to it and be like, whoa, is this a Picasso, or who made, and you're like, oh, it's my 4-year-old. Like, oh, wow, it looks really good. Meanwhile, if that same drawing had just been sitting on the fridge, people would be like, oh, cool. Open, get another beer. Putting it in the frame is literally you're saying to yourself and other people, this is important, this is special, this deserves to be highlighted and separated from all the other things going on in and around it. And people will come up and take a closer look at it for that very reason. That's great. Good job, Richard. Here's another looking back. This is a Van Gogh. These are great. I won't dwell on these too long because, again, we've talked about these, but it's just very encouraging. And I'm also very happy, Richard, for you taking the initiative to encourage other people to share their older work. I apologize I didn't assist you on that, but maybe I'll make a concerted effort to do that in 2025. And if I forget, please remind me. Okay, Sylvia, cool. My son asked for a painting of his 3 children in the style of Shauna Urbach. I think this is close, but I feel it's missing something. Shauna Urbach. Okay, now I'm not familiar with Shauna. Okay, I don't know who this artist is, but that's cool. Interesting. It's interesting. This artist has kind of the same composition through almost all their paintings, like a big moon and a tree. Was not aware of this artist. I love that you, though, use that as a prompt to make your own painting. Very cool. And it looks about as good as the original too, so that's pretty satisfying. It should be very encouraging for you. What can I offer here? Well, it's very beautiful, and just it's very touching. You have this couple and their child here, and it's like kind of a nice little echo of the mother and daughter wearing a similar dress and hair, and so you know it's and I like this. There's this. You also added the shadow, which is really important, right? Because the moon is casting that light, or it's casting light, which should be casting shadows upon them. I think if you were to ask me how could I improve it, I would probably say perhaps on their, maybe just on their arms and neck, is to have a little bit of darkness there, because if the light is coming from the front, right, then the back sides of them are going to be darker. Now you can kind of fudge it a little bit, because you probably don't want them to be black silhouettes against the moon, but you know, say everything on the left hand side could have a little bit of like, right, so well, let's just say we have okay, let's go here. So we've got this guy, his arm. Right, so that because the light is coming from this way, all of this is going to be darker. I mean, you could amp it up even more, but I think even just a little bit, because one little thing that's happening is because the sky is so light and the skin is so light as well, there's potential to be a little bit of confusion. It's not super bad, or it's not bad at all, but it's, I think, a little tweak there could be helpful, but I think maybe you've already given the painting away, so it's okay. Just something to think about in the future, right? Because you've got a little bit of these highlights on the tree in a few places, so it's kind of about doing the opposite, is having a bit of shadows on the opposite side. Great job. Okay, we are almost out of time here, and almost done too. So Tarja. Okay, Tarja's got 2 paintings here. Let's start with this horse painting. My goodness, that's amazing. I have started several works about horses. I like to do stylized more than realistic. I got some on paper that I actually finished. So, oops, let's start with this horse. Now, I am not a horse guy. I mean, I like horses. I've ridden horses and petted horses, and every year take my daughter to this pumpkin patch it's like a farm where there's horses roaming around that she can pet. So I'm the last person to ask about horse anatomy, because I don't know anything about it. Let's see. I think this is really well done. Little things though, I might say that, you know, where this hair kind of comes over top of the head, maybe just has like a little bit of a curve over it, right? Like, you know, you've got so this hair, I would say you'd want it to kind of come up and over. Just this extra little thing, just so that it emphasizes curving, so it doesn't lay, because right now it looks a little bit on the flat side. It's not a big deal at all. I think maybe some of the highlights and shadows on the horse's face might be a little bit excessive. Again, I don't know anything about horses. I'm assuming this is some sort of like vein or something, or maybe musculature on the face. I would think that, I mean, I think what you've tried to do is kind of paint those things, be really diligent about those details. But you may have just gone a little bit far, because it does make it look almost like those are bony ridges or something on the face, which maybe they are. I don't know anything about horses. But otherwise, it's gorgeous. I mean, just the attention to detail, these different kind of browns that are on there, gorgeous. The hair is actually really well painted too. And then the rest of the painting is also pretty cool. Like, I love the sky. That yellow sky is awesome. I would have actually suggested trying to approach the ground in a similar way to the sky, because there is something. I love how simple that sky is. Man, it's just a few brush strokes. If there was a way to do that with the ground, I don't know how, but I think that would have been cool, because I think it would have been a nice contrast to the horse, because I think that's what's happening that I really like. Because right now we've got maybe, well, at least 2, maybe 3 or 4 different styles of painting in one artwork, right? We've got this very loose, almost like a Chinese ink painting, like very, very quick, up in the sky. Then we've got this like a photorealist horse. And then we've got these flowers, which are actually, that's kind of painted kind of like a Chinese or Japanese painting, kind of actually deceptively simple, which is, you know, again, that's kind of part of the tradition. So, but I would say the bottom down here is the one area where I feel like, and I kind of get the feeling that you were in the same situation too, kind of like, oh, how do I do this? And that's one of those instances where I would have literally put the painting aside for a little bit and just taken out, you know, 5 or 6 pieces of sketchbook paper just like this, and done like a few studies, like 5-minute paintings. Like, how could I paint that hillside in the same way that I painted the sky? How can I do that in like 5 brush strokes? Just lay that in really quickly. Because I kind of get this, it does feel like you painted it and then you're like, ah, I didn't get it, and painted white over it and then painted this pink over it into green, and kind of like maybe painted parts of it back out again, and like, ah, I give up. Yeah. And I might have even, having figured that out, I would maybe have then just gone and painted the horse right over top of all of that. So you could have this big gestural landscape and then this photorealistic horse over top. I think that could have looked wild. And then I love this next thing. Taria painted, started painting like a horse, realized it didn't work, so then you kind of decided to turn this into like panels, like a comic book. And I think this is awesome. What a brilliant way of taking a painting that you're not happy with, and just instead of tearing it up and throwing it out, crossing it out, you're like, okay, well, what kind of, how could I do something with this thing? What could I, And that's really very creative, is thinking like, well, okay, well, let's draw a box around. Okay, well, what if we put a cat in front of it? And we, instead of this horse running through a field, we're going to make it on a painting in an art gallery. And there's this cat that's looking at it, right? Beautiful. Like, this is the kind of thing where you might create this and you're like, huh, well, what's the next page? What if we made a whole story about this cat that's looking at this horse painting? And, you know, what's the cat do next? All right, like, does the cat tear the painting up, scratch it apart, or does it decide to become a painter itself? Like, you know, it invites the story. And so I love that you've kind of taken this potentially negative, frustrating moment and transfer. I mean, I even like how you, this painting of the horse on its own, like, I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. What if you just made that painting? Like, it's kind of strange with these vertical lines in there. The color is awesome. Like, this actually is kind of like maybe part of the solution for the previous painting, is that just big pink wash in the bottom. So, you know, I'm assuming the story is like this cat, like a studio cat that's has been watching maybe you or this fictional artist make a painting and is kind of being a little bit judgy and like, I don't really like that painting. I wish you would do this or that. Or, you know, what does the cat do? Maybe the cat starts to kind of nudge the artist into painting certain things that it likes, right? So it's like, maybe it's not a fan of horses, so it's like, you know, walks on the shelf and knocks over a book on fishes onto the floor. Like, just a suggestion, maybe you want to paint some fish, right? And then, you know, the artist puts that book up on the shelf and then goes to sleep. Next morning comes out and there's every book that's got fish is laid out all over the floor. Is like, are you trying to tell me something? And then so the artist goes off and makes a whole bunch of paintings of fish, and then those become super successful, and then the, you know, the story ends with the cat sitting by the window like, yeah, I mean, kind of was my idea, really. I mean, I'm kind of the brains behind the whole operation, really, right? So, I mean, can you imagine like just spinning that off into like a story, and it's like, you know, how the cat transformed the art world without ever lifting a paw, or, you know, I don't know, something like that, right? Okay, and to wrap up here, we've got a couple paintings by Tatiana. And I forgot both of the names of these artists, of course. And these are our final paintings for today. My brain is complete mush. So I feel bad for forgetting the names of both of these artists. We did this one for Kwanzaa. We did this one for Kwanzaa maybe 4 years ago. What's her name? And she's a doctor. Forget. And then, of course, I should remember this Ukrainian artist. But they are in the catalog of past episodes, so you'll forgive me for 6 hours of talking here and talking about paintings we made years ago. Because we made this shortly after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 2002 or 2022. I guess it depends on which invasion we're talking about. But yeah, beautiful. This looks so great, Tatiana. I love this painting. I still have this painting in our dining room above the kitchen, or not the kitchen table, the dinner table. So I look at it every single day. You'd think I'd, but beautiful. I love how it turned out. I really love her, the face, the expressions are gorgeous. That's excellent. And then this one, we did 2 paintings by this artist. These are deceptively difficult. Like, it's one of those things where you're like, oh, looks just like a bunch of flat shapes. I'll just crank this out in an hour and be done. We'll go for sushi afterwards. And then you're painting this 4 hours later, like, oh my goodness. It's because getting these kind of very simple, solid shapes to kind of just play well with the shape next to it is darn tricky. Because when it's so simple, you can't be so expressive and sloppy and messy. It requires a great deal of precision. So, again, yeah, it's one of those things. I'm sure some people are like, oh, I'll do that one. I've never painted before. And then they're 20 minutes in and they're like, oh my goodness, what have I done to myself? Okay. Whew. These are amazing, you guys. So, I'm super proud of what everyone was able to do. Just a quick reminder to hit like, subscribe, the notification bell. But 80% of you, 60 to 80% depending on the video, are not subscribers. Probably the vast majority of people watching right now. And that's why YouTubers ask people to subscribe, because most people, until they're encouraged to do it, forget to do it. I do that myself. I'll be watching somebody I've never seen before, and then they say, like the video. I'm like, oh, yes, I should know this by now. Right? If you want to support the channel beyond just pressing the like button, consider making a donation to the channel. $5, $1, whatever. You can use the PayPal link there below. Every dollar adds up. You might think, well, $1 is not much, but if the nearly 3.5 million people that have watched my videos each just gave $1, well, things would be very different, right? I could do one of these episodes. I could do 2 or 3 of them every day, right? I could quit my day job, right? So consider leaving a small donation. You can use the QR code there. It'll take you to the PayPal page where you can donate safely to the channel. Remember, I don't use sponsorships. I'm not paid by anybody else. I'm only accountable to people like yourself. So thank you for all of your support over the years. If you want to leave a donation via email, or you want to send a check in the mail, contact me through my email, which is on our Facebook group and on my website. All those links are down below. And just lastly, if you want to participate in the next version of this, which will be happening probably the first week of April, join our Facebook group. Upload your work to the Facebook group. And so you can use that QR code or enter in that address there. You can see the address down there below. It'll take you to a page that looks similar to this. Send a request to join the page. Just have to answer a few questions to make sure you're not some kind of Russian troll that has been... I've been dealing with Russian trolls for 3+ years now, bombarding me with all sorts of crazy spam and phishing attempts. So... and then you can be a part of this great community, and I would love to encourage your artistic journey. I would love to help you get better at expressing yourself through paint and pencil. And as I always say, if every single person on our planet had a creative outlet for their thoughts, feelings, fears, hopes, and dreams, just imagine how much more positive our world would be. Just imagine if Donald Trump took a painting class, or Vladimir Putin learned how to dance or sing or play the violin or write poetry. I think our world would be a much more beautiful but happy place to be. And don't we need a little bit more of that in our world? So thank you so much. Heidi says, please at least give a thumbs up or subscribe. Thank you so much, Heidi. Okay, everyone, 6 hours later, we made it to the end. I look forward to seeing your work in the next episode. If you haven't already posted it to the Facebook group, just take some inspiration from some of the people who've already made that big leap forward, and help spread the joy of making and celebrating art with your friends and family community. I've been talking so much that probably is even after I turn the camera off, I'll still be talking about, I'll be making myself some dinner. Like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you again next week. We're going to be doing a drawing episode for the first time in over 5 years. We'll see you again.